Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper S of Viperland, and I'm back here in Heckin' Chaos Child. I also got a Hydrate Redemption off camera. Figured I'd at least wait till the camera was on so people knew I wasn't cheating. Not that I would cheat a Hydrate. Why would I do that to myself? It's beneficial to me. But whatever. So yeah, we left off halfway through the date. I mean, I presume halfway, partway through the date, I don't know. We made it to a restaurant after getting a phone. We has phone now. Now we has, well, not quite a restaurant, it's a cafe, but food, you know. And yeah. The waitress let us inside. It's not a Mountain Dew cheating on the game. Yeah, it's true. It's not even a Pepsi, it's grape Kool-Aid, but it looks like Pepsi in here. But I can shake it without any. In fact, it's probably better if I shake it to make sure it's mixed up. So, also, hey Eric, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. A Mountain View, an orange juice, and 2 monthly lunch specials. Wait one moment. We ended up coming here, huh? You always feel safer going someplace you know, right? You're right. Are you feeling down? Down? Why would I be feeling down? Because it didn't go like you planned? You tried complimenting me, walking on the side of the sidewalk facing the road, looking into popular restaurants. No, as a normal, I have all that memorized already. I didn't have to do any special research. True, there's pros and cons to both sides. So you did, huh? She can tell exactly when you're telling the truth, you fool. Also, hey Kaleido, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. That's right. I was talking to Arimura. There's no point in trying to lie. Well, I thought so. It's so different than usual. Come to think of it, Arimura had said something similar before. Am I that easy to figure out? Yes, she keeps telling you you are. Incredibly easy. You fool. But I like that. You don't have to try and make me feel better. Nobody wants to hear that they're easy to figure out. I mean, there's worse things. I'm not just trying to make you feel better. If nothing else, it's great because I can relax when I'm around you. Does that mean... Oh, hey, lunch is here! Here's what you ordered. Now eat. It looks good. Let's eat. Monsieur, you're not going to eat? No, I'm going to eat. How's that supposed to interpret what she just said? I kept thinking through the rest of lunch, but I never came up with an answer. You know, if you were truly normal, you'd know. We still have some time, right? Can we hang out a little more? Sasaya? Looks like a flower shop. Buy, sell, Ming. Yeah. Don't get so tense. We don't have to do anything special. We can just be natural. Natural. I don't think he has a natural state today. I think today his state is all just paranoia and cool cat press. And so I ended up walking around the city of Shibuya with Arimura without doing a single item on my date plan. And hey, look how much better it went without that plan. Hey, that's kind of cute, isn't it? Was there any point in just wandering around? No plans and goals? Yeah, you get to hang out together. Is there something wrong with that? Oh man, I don't know what changed, but the recent donators ticker has slowed down dramatically. I don't know how to change that right now, but I'm gonna have to look into that off camera. I don't know when that happened because I don't check it too often, but holy crap. Alright. Also, hey Joe as well. Wrong cider date. I mean, according to Cool Cat Press, but like, you know, if both people are happy, then the date went well. And hey Sora, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat as well. How you doing? Clearly 7th acted. Oh, it's just looping that same one around again too. Yeah, it's busted. It's definitely busted, but I don't know how to fix it live, so it's just gonna be there, sorry. I wasn't sure, but I'll have to look into that off camera. I did add all the new sound effects, I just blanket added them under oof. Just cause I feel like that's just gonna be our catch-all funny sound effects from Side V games now. Just what it is. Sure, we've got Okabe as a separate one, but like, you know, whatever. What kind of clothes do you like, Miyashiro?
そうだね。
I
やっぱ露出多めの
ones
と
that show a
か
lot of skin.
違う。
No, they're
ふーん
まあ、嫌い
well.
じゃ
I
ない
don't
けど。
dislike them.
素直でよろしい
Thank you for your honesty. No, I just put them all under oof. Just all of them. Even Excalibur. Excalibur's got a chance to proc with oof. Just put them all in one spot. It's easier that way. Even if some of them, I guess, wouldn't necessarily fit. Surprised to find that part of me was enjoying it. Maybe that was just because there was no point in trying to pretend to be someone I wasn't around Arimura. Yeah, you can't fool her.
次はどこ行きましょ
Where
う
should we go
か
next? But it wasn't just that.
そういえば先
Hey,
輩
Miyashiro,
知ってます
did you know
この
on
裏に
this street,
おい
it's the rock. Suddenly, Arimura fell forward and almost tripped. I quickly grabbed her hand. Phew, that was close. How could you trip over nothing like that? Sure, you're not getting old?
しっ
Oh,
けえな
I've tripped over nothing for all of my life. How rude. I'm younger than you
でも
are, but
一応
still,
お礼言っ
thank
と
you.
きます
Yeah. Felt a little awkward somehow and went to let go of her hand.
もうちょっと
Can we stay like
こ
this a
のま
while
ま
long?
でもいいかな
This isn't a
な
delusion.
んて
Maybe. Fortunately, I still don't have the courage to let go of her hand. Things started to feel awkward and embarrassing.
ね
Hey, look at those two. They're friends.
なんか私たちも
I wish we could be like those two. I could hear people whispering as we passed them. Normally, I would have quickly moved away. But today, for some reason, it didn't bother me.
なんか
You're
不思議
touching grass, my man. It's kind of strange.
何が
What is? Yeah, who goes, wow, those two look like such good friends. Wish we could be like that. To their presumably friend standing
だから
next to
その
them.
せいで
Normally, I always pretend to be someone I'm not, and so I don't really know who I am.
普段友達と
Am I the
踊っている
person I am when I
時
tell jokes with my friends,
そ
or
れ
am I
と
the
も
person who gets
思っ
mad
て
when
も
people
ない
tell me
ことを言わ
lies?
れてムカつ
Or
い
the
てる
person I am when
時
I'm
の自分
smiling? Which of them is the real
それ
me?
でも笑顔で笑ってるでも
But when I'm with you,
なん
I
か
feel like I
先
can be the
輩と
natural
い
me.
ると
Maybe this is who I
自
really
然な
am.
自分でいられる気がしますこれが
Suddenly
本
realized
当
that
の自
Arimura
分だった
hadn't
の
been
か
overly
なっ
energetic
て
today, or cold like she was when we first met. If this was who she really was, then maybe I could feel relaxed when I was around her too. It was a different kind of peace than I felt with Serika and Kurisu. Maybe it was just kind of just a kind of sympathy because we were both psychics. Buckled in? It won't help. I mean, hopefully it will, but what sweet friends, yeah. I mean, nothing was stopping those two nameless women from walking down the street holding hands. Absolutely nothing was stopping them. They could do that. But, you know, whatever. Also, hey, Potions, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland of the chat. There's hand-holding going on, Potions, so you should be buckled in. But part of me didn't think that that was so bad. Consensual,
それ
requested
じゃあ今日はここ
hand-holding.
でありがとうござい
Alright,
ま
that's
した
all for today.
楽しかっ
Thank
た
you.
です
It was a lot of fun.
こっちこそ
I had fun too. Arimura and I had both seemed to forget that the whole point of this was just to get me a new smartphone. Was it really? Was that really the whole point? Was that really the whole point?
それじゃあまた
Okay, see you around. Yeah, see ya.
また
Arimura smiled a little and disappeared into the Shibuya streets. She didn't say her usual goodbye, but that was probably because this was who she really was. I could still feel her warmth in my hand when I closed my fist. Oh my. Hine Arimura said goodbye and walked a while before turning back. She could see Takeru Miyashiro standing in the crowd. What she just told Takeru was how she really felt. Until now, whenever she'd been talking to a friend or to a boy, she always pretended to be someone she wasn't. It was the same with her uncle's family, who she was staying with. Clearly he does hark. Her uncle and his wife were basically good people, but she knew that at times they felt sick of her. Sometimes other people's feelings could be like a knife to your heart. And when they were good people, that only made it worse when you found out they didn't really mean what they said. Ine had been dealing with that for years. And now, for some reason when she was with Takeru, she felt better. Of course, she hadn't felt that way when she'd met him at first. Well, when you met him at first, you were bleeding from your eyes in a love hotel room while your friend just got murdered. Well, you know, I guess that could be expected, that maybe that wasn't your greatest way to have an initial reaction on any person. If I was bleeding from the eyes while my friend just got murdered in a love hotel, I'd be pretty stressed about anyone I met. She hadn't liked him at all, in fact. You know, that's also fair. I feel like she's going through the arc of the entire game, just in a shorter time span. He was a coward and a smart aleck. Yes. My first impression was probably right, but she could feel something delicate within him that went beyond all that. She might have seen a piece of herself in him. The way he panicked or tried to force himself to pretend that he was calm. She found herself laughing when she remembered that, and she laughed when she saw herself laughing. To Arimura, these were all new experiences. She should have been exhausted from all the walking she'd done today, but strangely her steps were light and quick. So that's why she was sure that someone else had done it. Huh? Just as she went to go down the stairs, she felt a small impact on her back. 2 hands. By the time she realized that she was in danger, she'd already missed a step. Ah, man. Can't have good times. Can't do it. Can't do it. So married, she soon to be wife walking down the aisle. I don't know, man. Does she really love me? Yeah, that sounds like Taku. Yeah. Yeah. The world spun. She could see the sky. There was a dull pain in her arms and legs, and she could hear someone running away. It took a while for her to realize that someone had pushed her. It wasn't a prank. Someone had tried to kill her. I mean, they tried really poorly if they just pushed her down a very small flight of stairs. Oh, we going back into straight depression, ain't we? Alright. Hinae, what's wrong? You're not gonna eat? Oh my, I made all your favorites today. What's wrong, Hina? You're not feeling well? No, I'm fine. Let's eat. I know, you have a boy you like. Oh yeah, whenever I can't eat, it's because I've got a schoolgirl crush on somebody. I just can't possibly eat. Huh? What? Is that true? You know, when that happens, you always have trouble eating, right? Oh, maybe it is for her then, I don't know. Hinae, tell me about him. Is he a good boy? What's his family like? What does his dad do? What does his dad do is one of the first questions you ask when she likes somebody. That doesn't seem high on the important list, but I guess to him... Oh, come on, honey. You act like they're planning on getting married. It's not like that. You're right. I'm sorry. Your dad forgot himself for a moment there. Oh, honey, but I do hope that someday Hina meets a nice man, just like I met you. Yes, you're right. Mom and Dad were smiling gently, like always. Nothing had changed. But Hina knew now that it was all a lie. Oh, yeah, because of what we found out last time. It's only by chance she found out. On her way back from a school trip, the bus had been stopped at a light. She looked out the window and seen someone who looked like her mom. At first she thought she must be mistaken. She had to be wrong, because the woman that looked like her mom was walking down the street arm in arm with a young man. She looked again and again to make sure that she was wrong. But the more she looked, the more certain she became that she was right. Hinae wasn't young enough anymore to not know what that meant. She wasn't sure if she should tell her dad. If Mom was lying to Dad, Dad was smiling while she lied to him, then that was just horrible for him. The pieces are falling into place as to why she might want to be able to know the truth and not have people lie to her. Yeah, it's starting to fall into place, but she was wrong. Dad was cheating too. Is it possible they just had an open marriage? Because, like, I mean, from her point of view, they clearly wouldn't sit her down and talk to her about it, so it would be the same from her point of view. And since we're seeing it from her point of view, and maybe there's more evidence, but it could just be that it's just... But if they were, that also is still not great, only because they were almost never home for the kids. So if they spent all that time just sleeping around, even if it was all agreed upon for the relationship, they were still kind of leaving their kids alone and not spending any time with them. So even then, it's not great. Brother, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hina, what's up? Hina was still too young to keep her parents' problem to herself. The only person she could rely on was her big brother Shingo. She told her brother everything. About Mom, about Dad. Of course, he'd be shocked. At least, that's what she thought. So she was totally surprised by his next words. I see. So you found out too, huh? Huh? Her brother knew. Her brother was the one who taught her not to lie, but he'd been lying to her too. Felt like a terrible betrayal to her. Everyone was lying. Everything around her was built on a lie. Hine wanted the truth. But what was the truth? She was too young to know. But there was one thing she did know. Her brother had been hurt too. He'd been suffering alone, keeping a secret that he couldn't share with anyone. From that day on, the only truth she had was her bond with her brother. They were siblings, sharing the same pain. That bond was what kept her going. Hine became even more dependent on her brother, and her brother responded by coming to love her even more. When Hine was just a year or two from graduating elementary school, her brother said to her, "Once I graduate, I'm leaving this house. You should come with me." From that day on, those words were what kept Hine going. Her bond with her brother, and her hopes of escaping her parents' lies. And that became her new future, and her truth. But 6 years ago, on that day, that dream was destroyed. There was a dazzling light and a great shaking, and she found herself buried in the rubble. You know, don't get me wrong, it's still tragic. It's not a happy backstory, but I expected worse. It's still not great. I expected, well, to be fair, I guess, that we haven't seen the exact moment she made that wish, so I'm so sure she finds the dead body of her brother, or dying body of her brother, even worse. Like, I'm sure. But of all the things in this game, it just doesn't seem that bad, comparatively. By the time the week was over, the return of the New Generation Madness was forgotten, and everyone was talking about some counterfeit food labeling that had happened last week. The criminals had taken advantage of the computer problems caused by the crash of 15, which made it a hot topic. Of course, @Channel was still talking about it, but it had started to die down. In fact, since the media hadn't reported anything about her, the message board had a new set of theories about Riko Haida, and that was mostly what they were talking about now. Time passed whether we wanted it to or not, and we students still had to go to school. Take your strategy. Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not trying to make light of it. It's just, this game has set the bar high for tragic events, which makes things that in any other game would be a massive tragic backstory seem like, oh, okay. But absolutely, from her point of view, any amount of this is tragic, but like, all of it compiled, the like, her parents never being there, her only having one person to rely on, that person clearly dying in the earthquake, finding out that her parents had been lying to her the entire time, finding out that even her brother had lied to her the entire time. That's a lot of stuff for like an elementary school kid to deal with. That's a lot of stuff for anyone to deal with. For sure. Hey, Miyashiro. I'm not trying to make light of it in the grander, like, real-world sense, but just in the context of the in-game universe, it could be worse. We've seen so much worse. Yo. Oh, it's just you, Ito. What do you mean it's just me? What are you doing anyway? What am I doing? I always come this way on the way to school. There's nothing unusual about it at all. Really? You've been looking around for a while, though. I figured you might be watching for someone. Who could it be? I hadn't even been thinking about Ito, so I didn't notice him until he'd spoken to me. If I'd seen him, I would have gone into the school building. So, who are you waiting for? Well, I was waiting for you. For me? Has there been some new development in the case? No, not really. Then what? It's Arimura. Huh? Turned around and saw Arimura right behind me. Oh. Hey, Arimura. Huh? Oh, Ito. Arimura, ciao. Hello, Miyashiro. I'd raised my hand like an idiot. The morning autumn wind felt cold against it. Huh? I'd forced myself to match her greeting. Why was she being so cold? What happened to your hand? I looked at her hand and saw that there was a bandage wrapped around it, just under her sleeve. Well, I tripped on the stairs. Looked closer and saw that she was concealing some purple bruises with foundation. Anyway, I'll be going. Arimura seemed a little out of it as she said goodbye and headed into the school building. What's her problem? She's always so rude. She's actually usually not, but, you know, okay. So what do you want to talk about? Huh? You were waiting for me because you wanted to talk about something, right?
僕がこんな
Why
と
the
こ
hell
ろ
would
で
I
わざ
stand
わ
here
ざ
and wait
移
for
動があったわけ
you?
ないだろ。は
What are you talking about?
ほら、それより
Come
早
on,
く
we
行か
better
ないと
hurry or
チ
the
ャイム鳴る
bell's
ぞ。
gonna ring.
なんなんだよ。
What the hell is going on here? Like his very clearly confused face. He doesn't, no. That's well, yeah, he doesn't. She'd been smiling when I said goodbye yesterday, and now she was acting like this. In my head.
遅いな。
Arimura's late.
うわ、なんだ。
Oh, what's going on?
誰だ
Who's there? Oh, this is how he expected it going. This voice. It's Arimura, isn't it? Oh, how come you guessed right? That's so
そ
dull.
りゃわかるだろ。
I mean, I can tell, obviously.
そっか
You can,
わかっ
huh?
ちゃうのか
有村。
Arimura?
そうだ
Oh, right, Mishiro. Ciao.
じゃ、チャオス。
Ciao. Didn't quite go that way, yeah. That's how it was supposed to go. Nothing negative was supposed to happen. And it said she acted like that.
女子ってわから
I
ん。
don't get girls. You do realize that things happen in people's lives that don't involve you, right, Taku? Like, I know you're protagonist, but, like, you understand that things can happen to people that don't involve you, right? Also, hey, Grim, how's it going? Welcome to Viper into the chat. We got one of the bad endings yesterday, and we're on the Arimura route today, so it's going pretty okay.
わ
They had a very successful date, and then she got pushed down a set of stairs. Now she's sad. Because she got pushed down a set of stairs intentionally, so, you know. What? I was lipped up when I heard a sudden yell. What's wrong, Takaru?
なんだ、
Oh,
クルスか。
it's just you, Kursu. Don't scare me like that.
驚いたのは
I'm the
こ
one
っ
who
ち
got
よ
scared. What were you just
今
talking
なん
about?
て言ったの
Oh no, I must have been talking to myself.
いや、今
Yeah,
は
she doesn't show up too much in this ending, it seems. Oh yeah, and Hina talked outside of a delusion for the first time in this ending. No, that was nothing.
いたいた
No, there you are, Taku. I felt a bad premonition. Sarika's timing was a little too perfect. Yeah. I can't imagine she'd have too good backstory.
おっと、そうだ。ちょっと用事が。
Alright, I'd better get
ね
going.
えねえ昨日ひなちゃんとデートした
Oh
んだ
yeah,
って
sorry. Hana, Hina. Oh yeah, we are getting her backstory slightly. I mean, I feel like we got most of it pieced together. The only thing definitely missing is like the exact moment she made the strong wish. And I can't say I know exactly what's coming, but we know her parents and brother are not alive now, so it's probably related to that. I mean, yeah, she's staying with her aunt and uncle, so like, it's at least implied if they're not alive, if they are alive, something really tragic happened. But yeah, Kazuki, yeah, names, it's fine. Hey, I heard you went on a date with Hina yesterday.
デート
A date? Is she talking about Arimura? Takaru, did you go on a date with Arimura? Crap, now I had a real
あなた有
problem.
村さんとデートしたの
Why do you have a real problem? Did you? Yes. No, forget that.
なんでそのこと
How do you
思い出
know
してるんだ
Onoe?
それは
Because I saw it.
見た
Oh, you saw it. You saw us together. Yeah.
待ちなさい
Wait,
タクル
Takaru, that means you really went on a date with Arimura, doesn't it?
デートってい
It
うか
wasn't a date.
一緒に
It
出かけ
was.
ただけ
We
だ。
just went downtown together. On a date.
だからそれってデー
That's
ト
what
で
they
し
call
ょ
a date, right?
うん。
This was awkward. Even if we weren't related by blood, who knew that having your family find out about your dating life would feel so awkward?
それで
So,
どうだった
how did it go? What did he wear?
どんな服で
Where did he
行
go?
った
What did he do?
どこ
Did it
に
go
行った
well?
うまくいった
Yeah, I was
の
about to say, this seems much more her actual reaction.
どうどう
Whoa, whoa, no, and calm down.
だって
But it's
あなた
Takaru
が
going on a
女の子とデー
date
ト
as his
よ
big sister. I'm
姉としても
worried.
気になるじゃない
Fair.
第一それって
For one thing, it's a heck of a lot better than following all those gloomy news stories all the time. Don't you think so,
シリカ
Sarika?
もそう
If that's what Taku wants.
私はそれでいい
What was going on here? I knew that girls like to talk about romance, but I didn't think they'd like to talk about it this much.
それでタクルどうなの
Worked? So don't bother for tonight? What do you mean? How's it broke? No, it works. Why would it be broke?
そのまま僕に突き刺して
Yeah, it's
君のエクスカリバー
it's definitely working. And it's got the new stuff. I mean, I added it really last minute, so I wouldn't be surprised if I screwed something up, but it should. Oh, no. I'm basically keeping it to just like SciADV sound clips. So, yeah. I was saying I put all the new sound files from yesterday, I put them all into OOF. So, even if some of them may not thematically fit in OOF, it's... Yeah, but Okabe still has its own. Yep, you got it. So Taku, how'd it go? I don't think it's necessarily, in this case, the girls like to talk about romance. I think it's just shocking that Taku went on a date and people are like, really? Did it go well? Also, no one clearly wants him to be happy and wants to support him, so like, of course she wants to know if it went well. How'd it go? We just hung out for a while. That's no good. You can't just hang out. It's rude to Arimura. Wow, you're wrong. Neither Sarika nor I was sure how to handle Kurusu's excitement. Then suddenly she spun around. Oh right, I have to get going. Kurusu, where are you going? I have to go see Arimura and properly introduce myself as her boyfriend's sister. She's nothing if not impassioned about it. Wait, it's way too early for that. That's right, no, you need to set a date for that stuff. That's not right either. Anyway, we just went to buy a phone and walked around for a bit. Really? Really, so please, don't get any weird ideas. I see. Why does she look so disappointed? Wait, no, why are you so desperate? Because if Takura has something fun to do, he might stop chasing the weird case, right? Oh, so that's it. Of course, that's not all. I have a better reason, too. A better reason? It's because, you know, Arimura is kind of in a similar place to us. A similar place? What do you mean? You didn't know? Her parents are alive, but her apartment collapsed during the earthquake, and her brother... Ah, so her parents are alive, but then why does she stay with her uncle? And her brother very much didn't make it. Her brother, the one that was friends with Kita? Now her parents both live a little bit outside of Tokyo. She lives with some relatives nearby and goes to school from their home. But I heard from a girl who went to the same elementary school as her that she really loved her brother, and after he died, she got really depressed. I had no idea that Arimura had a past like that. It's not that I'm feeling sympathetic, I just want her to hang in there too. She suddenly grabbed me by the hands and looked straight into my eyes. If there's something you want advice on, come to me, okay? Got it? Says the one who's literally about to run off to her and introduce her as her boyfriend's sister. I don't know if she's the best one for advice. Still probably better than Cool Cat Press by infinite amounts, but her demeanor was so overwhelming that I almost took a step back. And don't get any ideas about going after the case again. Got it? Fine. When I nodded, she smiled, satisfied, and finally left to go to class. Wow, no one really scared me. It's your fault for bringing it up in the first place. Huh? Is it? It is. But Taku, are you sure there's nothing between you and Hina? No, there isn't. Sure, okay. Taku? At least not from what I'd seen this morning. High school kids. That's right. It was stupid to get so excited just because I'd gone to hang out with a girl. We'd just gone shopping together. I got excited and started obsessing over dating and girlfriends. I'd be no different than half the idiots in this school. Excuse me. I wasn't like those wrong-siders who spend every minute of the day thinking of girls. You are. You just immediately jumped to negative conclusions when she wasn't super happy for a minute. I spent most of the day gathering information. You didn't ask her, is she okay? What happened? Is there anything I can do to help? Anything like that. You just went, oh no, she didn't do the peekaboo game with me and say ciao. Everything's wrong. Felt bad for Kurusu, but I was starting to get a little bored with the situation. Everybody seemed to think that the arrest of Riko Haida meant the case was winding down, but I couldn't be sure that it was over. If Haida was responsible for all the murders, then why did she have to kill all those people? Was it just because they were psychics? Or was she working for some kind of organization? And how had she killed them? Why didn't she use her pyrokinesis? There were still tons of questions. I didn't have time to obsess over every little thing some girl did. He went from happy on a date to depressed, giving up on love forever, going back to the case within a span of like 8 hours. A little more than that, but still. Which meant that I had work to do. I had to go over the case again. Didn't have to go find Arimura and ask if she's okay. I didn't have to go see, how she's doing or what's up. I had to go to the case. I was the head of the journalism club. I needed to act like a journalist. Right. I opened the door to the club room, ready to get started. Oh, hey. Oh, ciao, Miyashiro.
Arimura?
Arimura, what are you doing here? I was waiting for you, of course. I figured I could meet you if I came here. You came to meet me? Yes. I see. No. I just told myself that I didn't have time to waste on girls. I'm sorry about this morning. I was thinking about something and I got distracted. I was pretty rude, wasn't I? You really weren't. Like, she wasn't actively rude in any way. She just sounded distracted. If she'd been like, go to hell, you bastard, that might be a little rude. But she was just like, hey guys, sorry, I'm gonna go to class now. It's not rude, it's distracted, if anything. No, not really. No, there's no point lying to Arimura. A little, yeah. You're right, but I had a good reason. A reason? Well, I said I got hurt, right? Arimura rubbed the skin just above her knees and winced a little. I could still see a bandage under her sleeves. It didn't look that bad, but maybe she was worse off than she looked. Lost in translation, it might be, correct. You tripped on a staircase that also could just be a high school boy named Taku doesn't know anything. I would believe either of those. Truly would. You tripped on a staircase, you're okay, right? Yes, I wasn't hurt that badly, but it feels like someone pushed me. Pushed you? You mean pushed you down the stairs? Who? Oh no, it just kind of felt that way, so I can't be sure. But at the time, I don't know if it'll even scroll up that far, but she clearly was like, I am sure of this. I don't think it'll let me even scroll up that far. Right? I doubt it would. Oh yeah, that's why she was sure that someone else had done it, yeah. So she's... I don't know if she's lying as much as like, after time you're like, am I sure? Is that what I felt? But it was bothering me, so I was really distracted this morning. I'm sorry. So, what about after you were pushed? You weren't attacked or anything? That's right, I just fell down the stairs, and when I looked up, no one was there. I see. If someone did push her, then who? Could it have something to do with the case? Well, you already know one person who admits to have been around and watching you yesterday. Who could it be? It has something to do with the case, but compared to the other cases, that would be pretty sloppy. Was it just chance then? Or maybe she'd been mistaken. Anyway, now I'm leaving. Arimura picked up her bag and started to walk to the door. Huh? You're leaving? That's right, I just wanted to apologize for this morning. Oh. You can ask her to stay, if you want, I can stay a little longer, maybe. Huh? Or should I just go? No, you can stay, but... Really? Good. I mean, we have to pick positive for the ending, but... I started to feel awkward. Yeah, that's Taku. But it wasn't a bad awkward. It wasn't that bad at all. It was kind of nice. Oh, right, your injury. Huh? Oh, I already know where this is going. Oh my goodness. Literally from one line, it's just like, oh, okay. Cool, I see where... Yep. It all just immediately panned out in front of me. Huh? You said it wasn't anything bad, was that true? Oh, right, I'm fine, see? Arimura lifted up her skirt to show me. Oh. Yep. I saw. I've actually been planning to tell you this for a while. I was wrong. All of my assumptions were wrong. I've never been proven wrong so fast. I've been planning to tell you this for a while. I'm actually a boy. I was stunned. Didn't expect to see a bulge beneath Arimura's skirt. But in my heart, I'm a girl. Believe me.
いやまあ
Well, I guess after what I've seen, I have to believe.
やっぱり
You're just the person I thought you were, Miyashiro. You're so nice.
そう
Am
か
I?
はい
Yes, Miyashiro?
あの
Arimura looked straight into my
宮代
eyes.
先輩
She was a girl, no matter how you looked at her. But her body...
何
What?
こんな僕でよ
If
けれ
you're
ば
okay with who I am, make me your
恋人
lover.
にしてください
I looked closely and saw that her shoulders were shaking. It had probably taken all of her courage to say that, and I said... Miyashiro?
むしろ望むところだ
I love his, like, delusional false bravado voice. I really, really like it. Also, the people who did the backgrounds just having a good time. Sounds great to me. Huh?
まさにドン
You're perfect! You're the ideal lover I've always wanted, Arimura. Really?
本当だ
Really? I'm so happy. Arimura leapt forward and grabbed me. Her body was a little more muscle than I expected, but it felt great. And...
有村
Arimura?
はい
Yes?
当たってる
It's poking me.
当ててるんです
I'm doing that on purpose. I'm glad that even in his delusion, he's like, cool, you know? That could have gone a very Steins Gate way, and it didn't. So you know, cool. Also, hey mates, how's it going? No, what was I thinking? I'm not into that. I was so wrong. As soon as he's like, how's your injury doing? I just saw before me exactly how it's going to pan out. And it didn't. It is a positive delusion after all, yeah, that's true. He's maybe just lying to himself. Or maybe the end result of that is he really likes Arimura, and regardless of what physical state of the body would be at that rate, he's like, no, I like Arimura. She did make him do that, yeah. Well, she didn't make him, to be fair. She just pleaded efficiently. When I came back to my senses, I was looking straight at Arimura's healthy thighs.
もう
Come on,
先輩
Miyashiro,
から
don't stare. I knew that I should probably look away, but my instincts overcame my reason.
そんなこと言ったって
Suddenly, the door opened without warning. Because, of course, it did. Huh? Oh. Oh, okay. Hey. Everything froze for a moment. Kazuki appeared for just a moment before she vanished. A moment later, I heard a furious pounding on the walls. Oh no! Is she the jealous friend? Maybe she pushed her, because, like, she likes Taku, but could never say it. No, they really seem to be getting along, though. They really did seem to be getting along. So I hope that's not the case. Ah, it's not what it looks like! It's not what it looks like, Kazuki!
そうなの花
That's right, Hana, it's not!
だから違
I said it's not what it looks like! It doesn't fit her personality now. Maybe she's just like, I wanted to play some games and you two are fooling around in here! October 22nd. 4 days had passed since someone had pushed Arimura down the stairs. Nothing else had changed for her since then. How are things between us? To be fair, if I was heading to like a computer, like, yeah, I'm gonna play my favorite game, hell yeah, and it's like, there's two people making out in there. Now I'm just mad. Well, maybe not too bad, probably. And tomorrow was the 23rd, the day of the brain-dead incident 6 years ago. Yeah, or maybe something like that. I'd spent the whole day online looking for new information and found something interesting. It It was the news that the burnt, headless body of a man had been found. Those are two words that are unpleasant together.
本当に行くんですか？
You're really going?
嫌なら無理
If
に
you don't
付
want
き
to
合っ
come,
て
you
く
don't
れと
have
は言わ
to.
ないけど
Arimura's expression was clouded, but she shook her head. After school that day, we'd gone to visit none other than Kunasato. I wasn't very happy about the idea, but it was the best way to find out about the news I'd seen this morning. Of course, Detective Shinjo probably knew more about the case, but he worked for the police. Even if we'd been attacked by Haida earlier, he probably wouldn't be willing to give us the latest information. But Kunasato had built up a relationship of trust with the police. Excuse me. And it looked to me that between the two, she had the upper hand in her relationship with Shinjo. It's true. Which meant that she might know something. But I'd say she's equally as likely to tell you guys as
本当
Shinjo,
にいいのか
honestly. I have no doubt that she knows whatever there is to know, but I'd say she's equally as likely to not tell them. Okay, here we go, but are you sure about this? I asked Arimura one last time before we went inside.
だって
I mean,
ここ
this is a
女の
girl's
人の部
apartment,
屋です
right?
よ。
You're really planning on going in alone?
確かに女子が一緒の方
Sure,
が
she'd probably be more
話は
likely to
聞い
listen
て
to
く
me
れる
if
だ
there
ろう
was
けど
another...
さ
She'd probably be more likely to listen to me if there was another girl here, but I didn't really like her either, and honestly, I didn't want to rely on her help, but I had no choice if I wanted that information. And I wasn't really relying on her help, I was using her. Sure.
私が言ってるの
That's not what
は
I
そういうことじゃ。
じゃあどう
Then
いう
what
こ
do you
と
mean?
だから。
I mean, no, never
いい
mind.
です。なんでもないです。
あおい
Oh, hey, you
部屋
don't
の
even
場
know
所
where
知ら
her
ないんじゃ
room
ない
is,
の
do
か
you? Arimura stormed ahead of me, angrily. I followed after her into the apartment building.
誰だ？
Who's there?
僕で
It's
す
me, Takeru Miyashiro.
入れ。
Come in. Kunasato let us in much easier than I thought she would. I'd been worried she'd turn us away at the door, but I guess I'd been wrong.
散らかっているが、
Don't mind the
気にす
mess.
るな。
Her room was still in terrible shape. I could see the Shibuya news screen on her PC. She looked like she was editing something. We really don't see her in casual wear often, do
例
we?
の少子体のことだな。
Have we seen her in casual wear before? Besides, outside of delusions, I mean. And she's always been in the lab coat, right? We've seen her in this outfit in a delusion, but that doesn't count. So you hear about the burnt body, right? Kunasato spoke before we even had a chance.
どうしてそれを
How could you tell?
ギガロマニアックス
Two
のお二
giggler
人
maniacs have kindly come
わざわざ
all
こん
this
な
way
手
to my
狭な
tiny
ところ
little
にいらっしゃ
apartment.
ってくださった。
Can't think of any other reason why you'd bother. She's always so sarcastic.
ご想像の通り
As you suspected,
夕べの
we thought you might have some
焼死体について
information on the
何か
body
情
that was
報は
found
ない
last
かと思
night,
って
yeah.
来たのです
There was no point in pissing her off if it meant we didn't get the information we needed. I quickly moved between them. This wasn't really something I was good at, but I didn't have a choice.
どこまで知っている？
How much do you know?
その
Just
人
what's
通
on the
り情
internet.
報として出てい
The
る
location was a multi-purpose building in Hatsudai. The victim was a man between his mid-30s and late 50s. He'd been burnt so badly his body had turned to ash, and the police had no idea who he was. They were working to ID him. That much had been announced this morning. I looked back over it just in case before I came here, and nothing new had come out.
ならば、そ
And
れが
that's
全て
everything.
だ。
There's nothing else.
それは
Does that mean
観光令が
that
敷
they've
かれて
issued
い
a
るって
gag order over
こと
it?
ですか
いや、
No, the police don't seem to
警
know
察の
anything
方
else
でも
themselves.
どうやら先月の
The
太陽
systems
嵐の
are
影響
still
で
unstable because of the solar storm last month. When the victim is not from Shibuya, it's hard to get an ID.
システムにばかり頼りすぎると、
It's an example of what happens when you rely too much on computer systems. Since Arimura hadn't spoken up, what Kunasato had said was probably true.
それで
So,
久野里さんは
what's your
この
take
事
on
件
this, Kunasato?
どう見ます
それは
Are you asking whether I think it's related to the return of the new generation madness? Yes. Yeah, I suppose I am.
私にはその
I
質
have
問
no
に答
duty
え
to
る理由
answer
は
that question. I figured. I thought she might say that, so I didn't feel surprised or disappointed, but surprisingly, she asked me something instead.
お前はどう思ってい
What
る？
are your thoughts?
僕ですか
My thoughts?
お前もこれまでの事
You've
件
been
を追っ
following
て
the
きた
case
のか？
closely, so you must have some opinion. Let me hear
それ
it.
ならば、
I
一
hated
応
to
の
tell
考
her
え
just
は
because
あ
she
るは
asked
ず
me,
だ。
but there was no point in arguing.
そいつを聞か
I
せてみ
decided
ろ。
to just tell her what I thought.
この事件には
There are several differences between this case and the others.
いくつ
First,
か
the
の相違点
location.
があります
All the other incidents had taken place in Shibuya proper. Hatsudai was a part of the Shibuya ward, but most people considered it part of Shinjuku.
それから年齢の
It's
問
also
題
the age. All the previous victims had been in their teens or early 20s. This time the victim was middle-aged. He was closer to Dad's generation than ours.
つまり、
So you think it's unrelated?
そう考
I
えてい
think
い
it
んじゃ
might
な
be
い
a safe assumption. The fact that the body had been burnt to death made me think of Riko Haida. But Haida was in police custody right now. She couldn't be responsible. And today was the 22nd. It was one day too early for the brain-dead case.
そこまで結論が出てい
If
るの
that's
な
the
ら
answer, then there was no point in
わ
coming
ざ
to
わ
ask
ざ
me, is
私に
there?
聞く。
じゃあ
Then,
そもそも
there have been no
今の
confirmed
ところ
cases of a
30代以上
gigalomaniac
の
over the age of
ギガロマニアックス
30,
発症例は
which
ない
means that if nothing else, the victim wasn't
という
one.
ことは
In other words,
偶然か便
it's
乗
either a
か
coincidence or a copycat. Either way, it's nothing to do with the other
こ
cases.
れまでの事件とは無関係だろうな。
とりあえず関
So
係
relieved
ないっ
to
て
hear
のは
that
一
it doesn't. You're lying.
先輩
You wish the case had gone on for a while longer, didn't you?
あ
I hadn't realized it, but if Arimura said so, then maybe I did. Maybe I wanted something to happen to break the boredom.
私はまだ
I
安
still
心で
don't
き
feel
ません
safe because
だって
Arimura squirmed uneasily. It made sense. Just the other day, someone might have pushed her down the stairs.
ごめんそん
I'm
なつも
sorry,
りじゃなか
I
った
didn't mean it that
い
way.
え
No, I may be a little too sensitive. I'll walk you home.
ありがとうございます
Thanks. Oh, she actually is worried this time. Arimura held, or she just wants to spend more time with him, but either way, Arimura held my hand the whole way back. Her hand felt tiny and very frail. The next day was the 23rd. That was the day of the brain-dead incident 6 years ago. Nothing interesting happened in Shibuya that day. Oh, fast forward to the 6th, alright. Ine Arimura was in downtown Shibuya when it happened. Oh, this is, never mind. I didn't check the year. This isn't fast forwarding, this is rewinding. 1 second, drink. Didn't look at the year, just saw the month and day. Her brother's birthday was in a week. What should she get him for a present? She had taken the allowance she saved up over the last several months and gone into the city alone. Every year, she and her brother would both celebrate each other's birthdays, just the two of them. Ine would give her brother a present, and he'd say thank you and give her something back, even though it wasn't her birthday. It always made her so happy. What should she get him this year? She wanted to get him something he would keep forever. Something he could wear would be best. Clothes were outside her budget, and gloves or a muffler would only be useful in winter. What about a wallet? There's something funny about spending all your money on something to hold money in, but, you know. Just when she decided to go into a slightly grown-up department store, a huge earthquake struck Shibuya. It was the disaster they called the Shibuya earthquake. Ine didn't really remember the moment it happened. 1 second there was a bright light that flooded her field of vision, and the next second everything had changed. The walls of the building had collapsed, the asphalt had split open, and here and there she could hear people moaning in pain. One of those tycoon games. Except a better wallet doesn't help you get any more money. Yeah. It's like like I get it. It's still like she's just buying a gift for her brother, and a wallet is something you usually have on your person and lasts a long time. It's a good idea. It's just conceptually just a little funny. It's like something out of a dream or a nightmare. She didn't know what had happened. She quickly dialed her brother, but not only did he not pick up, she couldn't even hear it ring. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to head for home. Only when she stood up did she realize that she'd been hurt all over. Her knees were cut open, she'd hit her back, she'd scraped her cheeks against the ground, and all of Shibuya was in panic. The buildings looked like they could fall down at any moment. A car had smashed into a store and was giving off black smoke. Everyone in Shibuya was running to the station in search of a way out. It was hard for tiny little Hina to go against the crowd, and she was almost pushed down many times as she headed for home. She didn't honestly remember how long it took her to get back to the condo where she lived. She just remembered that she'd felt so tired. But when she saw her condo building, all that exhaustion vanished. The building hadn't collapsed, but it was tilting and looked like it could fall over at any time. The people who'd escaped from inside were standing a good ways away and looking up at it. Some people tried to go inside to get their valuables, others tried to stop them. She saw her parents there. Mom, Dad! Hina, you're safe. Maybe they'd happened to come home earlier, maybe they'd raced over here after the earthquake. Either way, they were injured, but alright. But there was someone missing. Hey, where's brother? She looked around and didn't see him. Where is he? Is he still at school or with a friend? Her parents didn't answer, but she could tell where her brother was from where her mom was looking. No way. The condo building was tilted and could fall over at any time. Who knew what was going on inside? Nay. Her father slowly shook his head. Your brother is already... You're lying! You're lying! Hinei? No! She dodged past her father's outstretched hands and ran into the building. Of course, the elevator didn't work. She ran up the stairs, which were only barely still functional, and headed for her condo. All the exhaustion she'd felt was totally gone. All she was thinking about was her brother. All she wanted was for him to be safe. Their condo was a disaster. There was no sign left of the life they'd lived. But that didn't matter to her. Brother, where are you? She screamed. Again and again. She heard a small moan from under the rubble. She ran over and saw her brother. Yeah, not great. He was alive. Hina, I'm so glad you're safe. Her brother was alive. What are you doing, brother? We have to get out of here. She swallowed her words. Her brother's body was half buried under rubble, and he couldn't move. Just wait, I'll move it. She tried to lift it off, but she was far too weak to even budge it. It's impossible, Hina. Just get out of here. This place is going to... What are you talking about? I can't do that. I think her parents knew he was in this state and really didn't want her to see him, but clearly she was not going to have any of that. She tried so hard to move the rubble that her nails broke and blood began to drip from her fingers, but she still kept trying. You're all I have. You're my only brother. Her mom and dad had betrayed her. The one bond she had, the one truth she had, was her brother. It was the one thing that kept her going, but... I'm sorry, Hina. That's not right. She didn't know why her brother was suddenly apologizing. We're not really brother and sister. You and I aren't really brother and sister. It was a sudden confession. What was he talking about? What's Twitter going on about now? That sounds fake. No. No. Oh, it's for Japan only. It's only in Japan. Still, you know, not the brightest of ideas, but it's only in Japan, not the rest of the world. They weren't brother and sister. What did he mean? He kept talking, even though Hina didn't understand what he was saying. Hina, you aren't mom and dad's daughter. Your father is another man. Yeah, like, it doesn't sound that odd in Japan, where people might know, and it might be categorized under, like, shows not for kids. Outside of Japan, 100% somebody would just see that and go, cartoons are only ever made for kids. That's a kid's show. 100%. But, like, for sure people in Japan know that not all anime is for kids. So, like, I'd say it's not super strange. If it shows up in the US, that's not ideal. For those who didn't click the link, Made in Abyss was added to Disney Plus, apparently, but only in Japan. But they left the only in Japan part out of the sensationalized tweet title, because of course they did. And for those who haven't seen Made in Abyss, it is not for kids. It is not for kids. It is not for kids. Hina, you aren't mom and dad's daughter. Your father is another man. You're lying. Suddenly the whole world went black. I always thought I shouldn't tell you, that I should hide it until you grew up, but I'm so... Sorry, Hina, for never telling you. It was a shock. She wasn't her mom and dad's daughter. Her brother wasn't her real brother, but the biggest shock to Hina was that her brother had been lying to her. After all the times he told her not to lie. He said he wouldn't lie to her anymore, but he'd been concealing something so important. Yeah, very much know why the wish. She couldn't believe it. I mean, this is just the final, very large, admittedly, straw. After tons of, like, having issues with people close to her lying. No, no more. It's a cry from her heart. Somebody tell me, please, somebody tell me the truth. Yep. And then she saw something in the corner of her eye. It was twisted and beautiful. It's like some kind of enchanting creature, but cold, like something inorganic. Something like a sword. I'm sorry, Hina, but it's true. Suddenly, she knew he was telling the truth. It wasn't just intuition, she knew. She knew somehow. For some reason, she knew that his words were true. As she stood there in shock, suddenly she was knocked backwards and almost fell to her feet. It's dangerous! Here, it's dangerous here! Go, Hina! Brother. It's Titania's wings saying, let's play, clearly. Please, you have to survive. There was truth in his cry. She staggered back just as the roof in front of her fell in. The dust rose up so thick she couldn't see her brother anymore. Run! Run, Hina! Oh, those were the last words she ever heard him say. October 26, 2015, Monday. So we still... No, it's... The 23rd was supposed to be today, so we still jumped a few days. Hey, did you hear her? I did. It's a girl from Class D, right? I was in her class in my first year, and the whole school was talking about a new incident that had taken place. As you all know, there's been a new incident, and the victim was a second-year student at Hekiho Academy. It was a girl from our school. Because of that, we'd had an emergency assembly this morning. The school staff was busy dealing with the second big incident after the Watabe case, and most classes were study halls. They should have just made it a half day, but since the media were outside, they kept us until the full day was over. It was only after school that we were able to have our meeting. Story stuff? You missed... you just missed the rest of Hina's backstory. Beyond that, you missed a... Oh, you did miss a really good blue as well. I wouldn't say you missed anything crazy besides Hina's backstory, but it would probably help to go to the VOD. It's your choice, though. You missed a very good blue delusion, though. Go to the VOD and double that. Alright, see you in a bit, Ramen. Enjoy. Oh, I can't wait for Ramen to get to that delusion. I have never been just proven wrong so fast. It was great. Just the emotional whiplash of expectation and reality just cracking my neck. They should have just made it a... Oh, I read that. Here's what we knew about the case. According to the police announcement, the murder took place sometime after 11 p.m. last night, which doesn't fit with the case. Shibuya was always pretty busy, even at that hour, but the area where the murder took place was isolated and at times could be almost empty. The cause of death was blood loss. The victim had been stabbed multiple times with a sharp blade, and the area around her was said to be a sea of blood. What's your take on this? Like always, Ito was the first to answer. You mean, do we think it's part of the return of the New Generation Madness murders? That and any other thoughts you have. If you're asking whether it's related, it clearly isn't. Why do you think so? Because it's the wrong day, for one thing, and the method is too ordinary. It's not bizarre at all. He just got stabbed a lot. Kazuki was actually involved in the conversation for once. She nodded in agreement, but Kurisu shook her head. What are you talking about? Stabbing someone multiple times with a knife is pretty bizarre. I mean, not in the sense of the New Generation Madness murders is not. No, that's true, but I mean more like, what were they going for with it? Like the whole atmosphere of the thing? Basically there's nothing that weird about it. True, it's a lot different than eating your own hand or cutting open your stomach and putting a speaker inside. Right? So I don't think it has anything to do with it. Evidently, everyone agreed with Ito's opinion. Yeah, sure, what do you think? I feel the same way you do. Unfortunately, it's probably not related to the other murders. Hey, Takeru, what do you mean, unfortunately? Crap, I'd accidentally said what I was thinking. Listen to me, somebody tried to kill you. You might have ended up just like the victims whose deaths you're enjoying so much. Do you understand that? I do. Here we go again.
そもそも
What's more, the victim this time was a student at our school. A fellow student is dead. This isn't the time to try and entertain yourself.
だから何度も言わ
You
な
don't
く
have
て
to keep telling me this. I get it.
そう
She
言っ
does
て
have
る
to
だろ
keep. She does have to keep telling you this because you don't get it. So, why was Kurusu here at the newspaper club when a student from our school was dead anyway?
今私たちが
Our
する
job
べ
right
き
now
こ
is
と
to
は
write an article
全
telling
校
all the
生徒に
students at the
注意
school
を
to
促
be
すための
careful.
記事を書く
That's
こ
what the
と
teachers asked the
これは
newspaper club to
これ
do.
はその
That's
た
what
め
she
の
said.
会議なんだからそこ
That's
を
why we're
忘
having
れ
this
ない
meeting.
で
Don't forget that.
分かってるってば
I know that. Do you though?
それから
And Student Council President Kurusu, please come to the Student Council room immediately. I repeat, Student Council President Kurusu.
ほら呼んでる
See,
ぞ
they're calling you. Alright, I'll be back later. Don't forget what I said though.
くれぐれも今言ったこと忘れちゃダメだからね
Kurusu nagged me one more time before she ran out of the room.
のんちゃん
It was nice of Noon to come when she was so busy, huh?
それだけ宮代が信
Just
頼
shows
さ
how
れてない
little
っ
she
てことだ
trusts you.
な
No.
いや
Or maybe it shows how much she trusts you?
信頼されてる
Which is
って
it?
ことか
どっちだってい
Doesn't
いよ
matter. Let's get back on
それよ
topic.
り話に戻るぞ
Thanks to Kurusu's interruptions, I'd forgotten how much we'd covered. Right.
今回の被害者
The
は
victim was a
うちの
second
二
year
年
student
って
here.
ことだが
Arimura Onoe,
有村
did
やお
either
前
of you know
は
her?
この被害者のこのことは知らなかったの
私は
I talked to her a few times in
一年の
first year.
時
She
何
didn't
度
come
か
to
言
school a
葉
lot.
私もよくは
I
知ら
didn't
な
really
い
know her. The
クラ
kids
ス
in
の子
class
の
said that
話
she'd
だと
skip school to go
学
mess
校
around
サ
a
ボっ
lot.
て遊び回ってるって
Since the
話だ
murder
った
had
け
taken place
ど
past 11 p.m., it wasn't hard to imagine.
でもちょっと怖いかも
But it's kind of scary.
事件のあったところって
Maybe the place where it happened is near the route I used to go home from school.
そうなのか
Is it?
うん
Yeah, remember where I got pushed down the stairs? It's near there, so it's kind of creepy,
あの近
maybe.
くだから
Somebody tried to push
ちょっと
Arimura down the
気味悪い
stairs.
かも
Given that it was near the scene of the murder, maybe it's just some sicko trying to kill little girls?
まあ
Well, it's got nothing to do with the
今までの
others.
と言い方は悪いが
It's mean to say it, but it might have just been some girl out late who got stabbed by some pervert, or
あるいは
maybe she got into a fight with a
って
lover?
ところか
Huh? There's no way. She was in high school, right? If she had a lover's quarrel, that means that a boy and a girl,
地上のもつれって言
right?
ったらその男子と女子がそのゴニョゴニョなことでしょ
Wanted to hear what the mumble mumble was like.
小学生か
How naive are you? High school students can have lovers' quarrels.
そうなの
Can they? Do they? Do they quarrel? Tell me, Taku.
そりゃ
Well,
子
they're
供
not
じゃないん
kids
だし
anymore. Maybe
そう
they
いうこと
do.
だったよ
I see. Do you have quarrels, Hana? The shocked face. She frantically denied it. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen with Kazuki. Anyway, we were getting off track.
しかしまあ
Still, it's not pleasant hearing that
同じ
someone
学
from
校
your
のや
school
つが
got
殺され
murdered.
た
A student from my school. In that sense, this victim was the one who had been closest to us. What did that mean?
すっかり遅くなっ
It's
ちゃい
really
まし
late.
うん
Yeah.
た考えてみれば
Come to think of it, it's almost November.
It's
Is the Restoration Festival next week?
うん
Yeah. Even if this case and the last one had nothing to do with the others' murders, I started to think that maybe that didn't mean that the return of the New Generation Madness was over. At first I thought that Riko Haido was responsible for all of them. No, I'd only been convinced of that because of the terror I'd felt after being attacked. But after I'd calmed down, it felt like there were things I couldn't explain if she was doing this on her own. There was that underground lab, too. If an organization big enough to make something like that lab was involved, Riko Haida might just have been the tip of the iceberg. Unfortunately, the police hadn't gotten any useful information out of her, so there's no way of knowing if she was connected to something bigger or not. Excuse me. Even if she was responsible, we didn't know why she'd committed her murders on the same days as the New Generation Madness. Was it some kind of message? Was it to make it more sensational? Either way, if there was something bigger behind her, we'd already been a target once. Maybe we couldn't just relax just yet.
も
Come on. Suddenly, somebody grabbed both my cheeks, bringing me back to my senses.
うさっきから話
I've been
してる
talking to you for a while now, and you haven't been
全然聞いて
listening.
ない
Yeah, that's Taku. Sorry, what were we talking about?
だから復興
We were
祭
talking about going to the festival together. Oh, yeah, I see. Sure.
もう
Jeez, it's a promise, okay? She let go of my cheeks and then gently rubbed them. I felt kind of embarrassed.
それじゃ
Anyway, my house is that way.
お
Oh, should I walk you home? There was that murder yesterday. And then that thing with the stairs before it, of course I was a little worried too, but as a man, it was time to show off.
大丈
No,
夫
it's
です
fine. I'll stick to the busy roads.
でも
But suddenly Arimura leaned up and I felt something soft on my cheek. By the time I realized it was her lips, she had already pulled away. Adios, gracias. Ah yes, the old kiss and run. Before I could say something, she'd smiled, said her goodbye, and vanished into the crowd. I was suddenly overcome by the idea that she was going to vanish forever. Dude, at least think a single happy thought before you raise the death flag. Come on! The Noma Shapen Chair streamed? I didn't look for it, but I just kind of figured. But I haven't looked for it. I do love the constant interactions between Misshapen Chair and Lucy Pyre, though. I'm really digging that. Especially the constant making people think they're the same person, just with a voice filter. Truly appreciate that. Better than Taco from now on? Oh, absolutely. He always has been, but yeah. I drove the unpleasant thought from my head and headed for home, feeling just a little excited. I could still feel a soft warmth on my cheek. October 26, 2015, a Monday. Just like she'd promised Takeru, Ine Arimura stuck to the busy roads on her way back. She remembered Takeru's face when they said goodbye. He was probably scared himself, but he was holding in and pretending to be brave. Yup. Anybody could see he was just putting on an act. He was easy to figure out. That made Hine feel at peace. Everyone was hiding their true feelings, their truth deep within their heart. He just hid his so horribly that, like, there's nothing true in the world at all. That's what she thought that day. Never tell a lie. Her brother had been the one who taught her that, but she still didn't tell her. But he still didn't tell her what was really important. He didn't tell her the truth. So where was the truth? That was the question she'd been grappling with for the last 6 years. Brother. A friend she'd made just recently had asked if she wanted to see her brother. Ine almost never talked about herself, but she'd been talking about her family. And then her friend had asked her. She didn't know why, but the question had surprised her, and she'd nodded yes. She didn't hate her brother for lying to her, and even if she did, he was gone. Because on that day, she'd left him to die. So instead, she felt guilty towards him. If she could meet him, she wanted to apologize. That doesn't sound in any way suspicious. A friend I've made recently wants to introduce me to my dead brother. Yep. Cool. The crosswalk sign turned red and Hine stopped walking. Even at night, Shibuya was crawling with people. With this many people around, she thought it wouldn't be easy for someone to attack her. As soon as the traffic light turned green, the cars started to move. And then... Man, somebody really just wants to push her into trouble. Someone pushed her hard and she staggered out into the street. The headlights were bearing down on her before she even had time to think. When she finally opened her eyes, the car bumper was just a few centimeters from her face. It's got a little something in the back of the throat. Don't know why. Hey, are you okay? What are you doing? That's dangerous. Yeah, no kidding. Getting pushed into the street's dangerous. Thanks. I didn't know. The people waiting for the light started to make a fuss. The sound of a dozen car horns echoed off the side of the building. But Hine didn't hear any of that. She was only looking at one thing. It was the place she'd been standing a moment ago. Just before she'd almost been hit, she'd looked up and seen them. Brother? Well, now I have infinitely more questions. It was her dead brother, Shingo. I have infinitely more questions. Either somebody's messing with her mind, which, to be fair, we do know somebody can. But, like, why mess with her in this way? If you're just trying to kill her, why change what looks like she sees. Like, who cares? You're just killing her. Or, if you've already messed with her mind, why not just make her jump into the street? To be fair, that doesn't mean she didn't. Maybe she did jump into the street, but, like, if she's under control, they just made it seem like she was pushed. I don't know. But this coming right after somebody's, like, want to introduce you to your dead brother again is a little weird. Especially a nameless friend she made recently, when we know she does not make friends quickly or easily because everyone lies. Looked at the clock and it was past 3 a.m. I started looking around to see if there was any new information on the case, and the next thing I knew it was really late. But I didn't end up finding anything new, and as I read, I ended up focusing on something else. There was an article about how a company called Koshin that was involved in the Restoration Festival had put up security cameras all over town, and been subject to a lawsuit. That situation had gotten pretty complicated, and by the time I'd finished reading, it was really late.
さすがに寝るか。
Time for bed, I guess. It's true that the caffeine stopped you from getting sleepy. Or it wasn't true. I always drank caffeine before bed, and I was always able to sleep. But when I opened my fridge to get my late-night Mountain View, I realized I had a big problem.
ない。
It's empty. I'd forgotten that I drank my last bottle yesterday.
しょうがない。
Fine, I guess I'll just have to do without. Or so I thought, but... Once you found out that you couldn't drink something you wanted to drink, it became an obsession. That's just human nature. Know all about her past, but not have a mental image. Yeah. Caffeine was addictive. Maybe I was undergoing withdrawal. Dude, it's one Mountain View. But the convenience store I'd have to go to in order to get the Mountain View was a bit of a walk from here. Damn it. In the end, however, I couldn't defeat my own desires. I went out into the city late at night to get my Mountain View. Thank you very much. After I'd succeeded in purchasing several bottles of Mountain View, I took one and opened it as I stood outside on the sidewalk. My body felt like it had been purified. Just as I thought that now I'd be able to sleep, I suddenly remembered all the murders that had happened so far. I suddenly felt afraid of the situation I was in. I was in Shibuya, in the middle of the night, in a place that was almost empty at this hour. Suddenly, fear gripped me and I started to run, only to trip on something. Of course I did. Evidently, I'd run into a trash can. Ow, what's that doing here? There usually wasn't a trash can here. I felt a dull pain where my body had hit the ground. Right into trash. I hadn't been holding the bottle tightly, so the cap on my Mountain View had fallen off and the bottle was leaking. Damn it! I sat up and stretched out my hand to grab the bottle, only to touch something else. What is this? It wasn't a plastic bottle. Oh no. It was softer, like clay. I slowly looked up. What I saw made me gasp. It wasn't a trash can, it was a laundry basket with wheels. First I thought the thing that fell out from inside was a mannequin or something. Strangely cold and a little black, but the soft feeling against my skin and the way its eyes were open told me it was no mannequin. It was...
Huh?
A dead body. So yeah, Shibuya's safe at night now. So in this case, point P. Hey, do you know what time it... Oh, Mishiro? Sit down. So everybody knows he found a dead body then. Got it. Hey, Mishiro. I know, again, isn't that crazy? Even if it's just a coincidence. Quiet, I'm continuing with the lesson. Taku, I heard. Shibuya. Hey, tell me what happened yesterday. I found a dead body. After I found the body in the alleyway this morning, I called the police. By the time they were done questioning me, it was almost lunchtime. I hadn't slept a wink last night, but I was feeling so tense that it didn't matter. The whole school had heard about how the school... Let me try that one again. The whole school had heard about how I'd found a body, and I could hear people talking about it as I passed them by. I could understand why. This was the third body I've been the first person to discover. I might have been the only person in the whole wide world to discover 3 bodies in just over a month. At this point, the police were less surprised than they were annoyed. Really? You found another body? Just so we're clear, I wasn't out looking for it. Kurusu had come to see me too, along with Ito and Sarika. I made sure she understood the real story.
分かってるわよ
I know that, but why does this keep
ど
happening
う
to
して
you?
あなたばっかり
本当
Really?
思っ
It's
て
like
ると
dead
しか思
bodies
え
just
ないよね
love you.
伊藤君
Ito, remember what I said? It's inappropriate to say things like that when somebody has just
亡くなってるのよ
died.
とこりゃ
Oh,
失
sorry,
言
sorry.
失言
でも
But now you're famous, Taku.
別に僕が何かや
I
ったわ
didn't
けじゃな
actually
いけど
do
な
anything.
そうよそれにこんなことで
That's
有
right,
名にな
and
ったっ
nothing
て
good
仕
will
方
come
な
of
いで
becoming
しょ
famous like this.
うー
Well,
So
that's
there
true, but
で被害
so
者
who's the victim?
それはまだわからないらしい
They don't know yet, supposedly. The police had said there was nothing on the body that could help them ID it. All they knew that was that it was a man in his mid-40s.
なるほどな
I see, which means it's got nothing to do with the others.
かもな
Maybe. This case was the one most similar to the return of the new generation madness. But given the victim's age and the date of the murder, it was hard to say it was related. Yeah, it went... These are very clearly just different. You had a schoolgirl their age stabbed to death on the wrong day. You had a middle-aged man, a head cut off, burnt to death on the wrong day. And now, we don't even know what it was. They were just dead. There was blood, so some form of stabbing, bludgeoning, breaking instrument or something, but... And they were also older. It's too early to say for sure, though.
それで
So, how was
ど
it?
んなだった
It was dead.
どんなって
How was what?
だから死体
The
だよ
body, man. From what I read
ネット
online,
で
they
見
were
る限りは
brutally
め
stabbed a
った刺
bunch
し
of
だったって
times.
話だけど
Okay, so another many stabs.
暗かったせいで
It was
はっ
dark,
きり
so
し
I
たこと
couldn't
は
say for
僕も
sure,
わか
but
らない
when I touched it, the body felt like it had been dead for a
触った
while.
感じ
タク触ったの
The only way I can imagine Sarika having anything to do with these is just to perpetuate the giving him something to do. If he'd already decided that the new generation case are done, maybe, but these don't seem to have a connecting thread. So yeah. You touched it, Taku.
転んだ時
I
に
just
たまたま
happened to when I tripped.
マジかで
Seriously? So what did it feel like? Like a dead body?
感じだな
Rubber?
なんか
It was firmer and more elastic than I thought it would
意外と
be.
硬くて
もう
Come on, you
二
two,
人とも
enough.
いい
I
加
don't
減
want to
にし
hear
な
it.
さい
聞きたくないならどこか
If
行
you
け
don't
ば
want
い
to
い
hear it, you can just go somewhere else, right?
それは
Well,
それとも
or maybe you actually do want to know?
そんなわけ
Of
ないで
course
しょ
not. I kept talking with Kurusu for a moment before somebody came over from the door.
有村
Arimura?
宮代先輩
Miyashiro? Arimura looked really tired. Yeah, I'm sure she didn't sleep well
どう
last
した
night
わざ
either.
わざ
What brings you here? Did you come to ask about the murder too?
事件のこ
The
と
murder?
あれ
Oh, you don't know, Hina? Taku found another body.
え
Huh? From the look of things, she really didn't know. Given how many friends she had, that was a little surprising. From the way the rest of the school had been talking about it, she should have at least heard something.
有村さんどうしたの
Arimura, what's
なんだか
wrong?
いつも
You
と
seem
違って
kinda
えっ
down.
とそ
Well,
もしかして
is it something you don't want to talk to us about?
そういうわけじゃ
No, that's not it.
じゃあどうしたんだ
Then what happened? Arimura still seemed like she didn't want to talk, but eventually she slowly began to speak.
その
Actually, someone attacked me yesterday.
遅
Attacked
What?
you?
マジかよ
Seriously?
襲われ
You
た
mean
っ
they
てこ
tried
と
to
は
kill you?
それで
Are
大
you
丈夫だった
okay?
の
Everyone started to ask questions.
昨日って
Was it
僕と
after
別
we
れた
said goodbye
は
yesterday?
い
That's right.
あの
It's
後
right
すぐ
after at Scramble
スクラン
Crossing.
ブル交差点で
But yes, still paused here. That was the top tier blue. If you saw the blue, you're fairly close, but like, yeah. Yeah. That's right. It was right after at Scramble Crossing.
そんな人気の多いところで
In a place with that many people around,
信号が
the
赤に
crosswalk
変わ
sign
って
turned red, and then I suddenly felt someone push me from
い
behind.
きなり背中から
Push from
突き飛ばされて
That was the same as what had happened before. Which meant that it wasn't her imagination. Someone had really pushed her.
それで怪我は
Were you hurt?
もう少しで引
I
か
was
れると
almost
こ
run
ろでし
over,
たけ
but I
ど
was alright.
なんと
The
か
only injury I got was a little scrape.
警察には言
Did you
った
tell the
の
police?
まだ
Not yet.
どうして
Why?
Don't
Why didn't you
stay
tell
alive,
them?
それは
Because she fell silent as if it was hard to say. How could you tell the police? Yeah, the person who pushed me was my dead brother. Someone had pushed her out into the street and in a busy intersection. She was lucky to survive. She could have easily been killed. And since it had happened twice now, it was obviously an attempt on her life. But she hadn't gone to the police. Was there something she couldn't tell them about?
とにかく
Anyway,
警察に
you should tell the
言うべきよ。
police. I'll go with you if you
なんな
want.
らあ
Oh, no.
有村さん
Arimura?
その
Well, actually...
実は
Before she could say something, the door to the classroom opened. He's just like, I can't believe I have to talk to these guys. Why is it always these guys? It was Detective Shinjo. The whole classroom started to murmur at the sight of a strange man. Please calm down. I'm no one
怪しい
suspicious.
もんじゃない。
He looked around the classroom until he found us, and then walked straight over.
ここだったか。
So, here you are.
まだ
Was there something else?
いや、
No,
今用が
I'm not here for
あるのは
Miyashiro.
八代君
I'm here
じゃ
for
なく
you. Can you come with
君
us?
だ。
Shinjo was looking
ちょっと
in
来
the
てもらえ
direction
ば。
of... me?
私
Arimura?
ですか。
君まで来る必要
You
はな
didn't
かっ
need
た
to
ん
come
だ
to
な。
Miyashiro.
宮代君。
Shinzo said as soon as we entered the room. That was what Arimura had wanted. She wanted me to be with her when she went with the police.
もしかして君たち
Are you
は
two... No, never mind. It doesn't matter
いい
now.
今は関係の
Shinzo
ない
seemed like he
話
wanted
だ
to say something when he saw the two of us, but now wasn't the time.
まあいい。
Well,
功績
whatever.
を認めよ
You can stay. Since you
う。どう
weren't,
せ
the,
遅かれ
since you were the
早か
first to find the body,
れ
you'll
第一
hear
発
about it
見者で
eventually.
担当直入に言おう。
I'll make this quick.
Arimura
Hine
Shimeza.
Arimura, I want you to come to the police station
君は
immediately.
警察に
The police station?
そうだ。
That's right.
どうして。
But why?
落ち着いて聞いてもらい
I
たい。
want you to calm down before I tell you this. I had a bad premonition.
今朝方、
You're aware that a body was found this morning in the Shibuya back
発見された
alley, correct? Yes, Miyashiro said.
そう。彼が
That's
発
right,
見し
the
た
one he
遺体だ
found. We identified the body.
その被害者の
Couldn't be.
被害者は
The victim was
有村光一郎。
Koichiro Arimura?
Kimi no
Your
otosan.
father? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So we go in. Alright, Shinjo took Arimura to the police station. She didn't come back. I waited for her to get in touch with me, but not only did I not get a call, I didn't even get a text message. Of course, her father was dead, and he'd been horribly murdered. I could understand why. And I had no idea that the body was Arimura's father. Of course, I had no way of knowing, so even if I couldn't help it, I still felt ashamed of having been so excited.
ごめん有村
So you do have an alibi, though? Oh yeah, for
許
sure.
してくれ
I'm sorry, Arimura. Forgive me. I don't know. I don't know if they're bringing her to the police station as much as, like, person of interest, as much as they're, like... maybe you need protection of some sort. That said, I guess they didn't know about the 2 attempts on her life, but now they probably do. Arimura's dad was dead. I'd never met him, but he was the closest I'd been to any of the murder victims. Yeah, I guess he didn't know the schoolmate. And yesterday was the same day Arimura said she'd been attacked. What was going on? Was she the next target? But then who? I remembered what Arimura had said this afternoon as she left the room with Shinjo.
とにかく
Anyway, that's how it is. I'm sure it's not easy, but I need to ask you some questions. Oh, maybe they do think she's a person of interest then.
それから
And I'd like you to ID the body for me too, if you can. Can you do that? Okay. Yes.
それじゃあ玄関の
Alright,
車を
I have a car stopped out front. Please come with me.
ついてきてくれ。
有村
Arimura,
兄ちゃんだわ。
there...
Huh?
Huh?
やった
It
の
was my
は
brother who did
兄
it.
ちゃんよ。
あれ
Arimura?
お兄ちゃん
My brother? Come now. Yeah. I'd heard her say it clearly. Her brother was the killer. What did she mean? I'd heard that her brother died during the Shibuya earthquake. Or did she mean another brother? Maybe he was actually alive the whole time. The more I thought, the more confused I got. Eventually, I just fell into a restless sleep. Yeah, he kinda needed the sleep. 4 days had passed since her father had been murdered. There had been no new developments in the case. All we learned was that he'd been killed somewhere else and that his body had been dumped there. Shinjo wouldn't tell me any more than that, and neither would Kunosato. Arimura hadn't been back to school since then. I tried to contact her several times, but she never responded. Her father was dead. It was easy to assume that she must be depressed, but still, the words she'd said.
やったのは
Hey, look, they subtitled this one as a part of the flashback. I couldn't get them out of my mind. What did she mean? For the last 4 days, I'd been feeling kind of weird. Arimura had said that she was attacked by someone at the Scramble Crossing, and that was the same night I'd found her father's murdered body. Several other things had happened too. Arimura had almost been pushed down the stairs, and a second-year student at Hekiho had been killed. The student's name was Moe Ishida. She hadn't come to school often and was something of a problem child. From the photo I've seen, she was a young girl with huge twin tails. Huh. Funny that. Why had she been killed? And what did it have to do with the return of the New Generation Madness? That one, probably not much. There was also that headless body that was burned to death. They still don't know who it belonged to. I don't know if it had anything to do with the other murders, but it still felt like something awful was creeping up on us. I looked at my phone, still no word from Arimura. Moe with twin tails. Maybe I'll call her again. Just as I started to pull her number out of my call history, there was a loud knocking at the door. What's going on? It's almost 11 o'clock at night. Who could be coming here at this hour? Was it my turn next? You know, you could just say, who is it? They know somebody's in here because the lights are all on. You may as well just ask before you panic. Go away, go away, go away, go away! There had to be some way. Was there some way to fight back? Right. My power. I had my power. It was no good. Damn it. She told me not to use it, and so I hadn't. But if I'd known this was going to happen, I would have practiced. The knocking at the door grew even louder. Just ask who it is. Yeah, see? Now I heard a voice. Please! Huh? That voice.
Arimura?
Arimura? I quickly went to the door and looked outside and saw Arimura frantically pounding on the door with tears in her eyes. I quickly opened it and let her in. So she's not with the police then. Something was wrong with her. She grabbed me, shaking. What's wrong, Arimura? They're chasing me. Chasing you? You mean you were attacked again? She nodded again and again. But who? My brother. So good. It really was your brother? It was, I'm sure of it. After I'd given her something to drink to calm her down, and heard what she had to say, she told me that it was him for sure. So either somebody's messing with her mind, or her brother survived. That's really the only things I can think of. Like, I'm sure the game could pull anything out, but like, those are the best I got? But even if he survived, why would he go around murdering his family? Depends what his wish would be, because let's be honest, betcha he had a pretty strong wish at that time too, and I betcha he was in the right place, so maybe. Her family's condo had been destroyed in the Shibuya earthquake, so now they lived in Kanagawa. Her father's autopsy had only been completed yesterday, and then she'd gone back there. The funeral was today, and afterwards she'd come back to Shibuya with her aunt and uncle. The police had asked her to come back down to the station one more time, where they'd questioned her about her father's relationships. On the way back home, she felt someone watching her. And when she'd gotten near a construction site, some of the building materials had gotten loose and fallen down on top of her. She'd been watching her surroundings carefully after all that had happened, and just barely seen them in time to duck out of the way. When she looked up, she'd seen him. It was her brother, Shingo Arimura. So, I'm sure he was the one who killed Dad, too. Like, why would he have any reason to want to go around killing the family? And even if he wanted to kill the lying family members, why would he go after her? They, literally to his dying breath, or presumed dying breath, were on good terms. But he died, right, in the earthquake? That's what she'd said. But he's alive and trying to get revenge. Revenge? Why would he want revenge on you? Because he died because of me. No, there's no way she could have lifted the stuff up. That's just more evidence it's probably not him. There's no... He told her to run. He knew what he was doing at that point. She's the only one who feels guilt over this. So it's somebody just trying to... It's somebody got to be messing with her. Because he died because of me. Arimura had been out during the earthquake, she said. Her brother hadn't realized that she was gone, and he'd entered the condo building to save her, only to die when it collapsed. I could tell Arimura blamed herself for that. She blamed herself, but what we saw from her point of view showed that he didn't. Unless that was false memories or something, I don't know. But that doesn't make sense. Why? Then why would he kill your dad?
それは
His dad betrayed his family.
父が家族を
Arimura
裏
didn't
切
tell me
って
how
い
he
たか
betrayed
ら
his family, so I didn't know what had happened. But that didn't change the fact that what she was saying didn't make sense.
仮にお兄さんが生きてい
Even
た
if he
と
is
して
alive,
も
if he's
そもそも
alive,
生きてるなら
why does he need to get revenge?
それは
That's because,
だろ
right, if he survived, he doesn't need revenge. And you said he really loved you, right? So why would he start hating you?
でも
Wow, Taku actually talking sense for
私
once.
は見たんです
How to make others kill them? Yeah. But I saw him. That was my brother.
お兄ちゃん
Brother, why? No matter how much I tried to persuade her otherwise, Arimura kept insisting that what she'd seen was her brother. Well, to be fair, we saw it too, from her point of view. That was her brother. Or damn close to it. Was it really him that she saw? Even if it was someone who looked just like her brother, that didn't explain why they were attacking her. Let alone why they'd killed her father.
そうだ
Oh, that's right. I need to apologize to you.
謝る
Apologize? Why?
知らなかったんだ
I didn't know. I didn't know that it was your dad, but I still got so... Oh,
だから
so I'm sorry.
いいです
It's fine. It
別に
doesn't bother
気に
me.
してませんから
Felt like she wasn't just trying to make him feel better. She really meant it.
それに
And what's more, I don't really know if I'm
私自
sad
身
that
よ
he
く分
died
か
or
ってな
not.
いんです
Yeah, that's kind of understandable.
有村
Arimura?
不思議なくらい
It's
に
so
分からないん
strange.
で
I just
すよ
don't know.
父は
Dad lied to us for
私にずっと
years.
嘘
I
を
don't
つい
think
て
I
い
ever
ました
forgave him.
だから
So part of me thinks that he got what he deserved.
もちろん
Of
だ
course,
からって
I
あ
don't
んな
think he
無
had
謀
to
死に
die
方を
like
する
that.
必要はなかったって思います
Since didn't tell me, I had no way of knowing what lie her dad had told. But I can imagine that whatever it was, it left a big impression on her. If nothing else, it was enough to affect her power as a gigalomaniac. I went outside and stretched and could feel all the bones in my body popping. It's still just past 8. Even at this hour, I could hear people playing basketball at the nearby court. Arimura had ended up sleeping in my bed. After all that had happened, she was mentally exhausted, rightfully so. Like, and you couldn't send her back out. Like, all, like, shocked faces. But, like, yeah, no. Even for me, it didn't feel right to wake her up and send her home. And she'd just been through such a scare. I decided to let her sleep. And so I'd ended up trying to sleep on the tiny hard floor and mostly failing. Decided to go wash my face at the nearby fountain when the phone in my pocket began to vibrate.
電話
A phone call? It was from Kunosato.
どうしたんですか
Why are you calling this early? Did you learn something? That's a rather rude greeting. That's a rather rude response. I would have reacted the same way to anybody else calling at this hour. I was planning to tell you the police has taken the recent murder since Shinsho had given it to me, but if you don't need it, never mind. No, wait, I didn't say I didn't need it. I could tell that she wasn't joking. She was really about to hang up the phone. I quickly tried to stop her.
その情報とやら教えてください
Please tell me what you've
ぜひ
learned, please. Well, alright. Let's start with the murders modeled after the New Generation case. She met the first 4 murders up until Watabe's death. They seem to think that there are several things that can't be explained if it was just Riko Haida acting on her own.
つまり
In other words, she had someone working with her? Or perhaps she was only responsible for the arson cases and had nothing to do with the murders. If that was true, it would mean that there were multiple people involved and the real killer hadn't been caught. Or maybe whatever organization had built the lab in the basement was responsible, which meant that Arimura and I couldn't feel safe. No, Arimura had already said she'd been attacked, yet she already doesn't feel safe, but... Also, you should know that you two are suspects. Yeah.
まさか
When you found 3 bodies, at some point they go, that's not a coincidence, huh? You don't mean me and Arimura, do you? Didn't you hear me? I said you two. Who else could it be?
どうして僕たちが
Why
疑わ
would
れ
they
なきゃいけないん
suspect
です
us? Kakita, Watabe, and now this 3rd case. The police are thinking it's too much to be a coincidence.
これまでの件
But
に
I
つい
thought
て
we
は
weren't considered suspects for the murders that had happened so far. For those murders, yes, but the other ones are a different matter. You know the victim from the other day, the one from Hekiho?
石田萌ってさ
Moe Ishida? I heard she didn't come to school often. That's right, but the girl was supposedly a big fan of Hine Arimura.
有村に
Of Arimura? According to Kunosato, who was getting her information from Shinjo, of course, Moe Ishida had been a very quiet student in middle school who didn't really stand out. At school, she would mostly sit in the corner and read books. Arimura's name had shown up in her diary. Arimura was always cheerful and friends with everybody. Arimura had spoken to Moe too, and that had evidently made her very happy. After that, Moe had decided that she wanted to be like Arimura. She copied Arimura's hairstyle and started going downtown, where eventually she fell in with a bad crowd and stopped coming to school.
だからって
But that's not Arimura's fault. A detective's job is to look for connections, no matter how small they might be. And part of the reason is Arimura's actions as well.
有村
Arimura's actions?
先日の聴取で
During questioning yesterday, she said that her brother is alive and trying to kill her.
それは
She told me the same thing.
そういうところ
They
が
seem to think that's
情緒不安定
evidence of
と考え
mental
られている
instability and that it may have some bearing on the case.
そんな
Of course she is. After all that's happened, of course she's going to feel uneasy. Several of the victims had already been related to her. Of course the police had noticed that too.
それで
So what's your take on Hinea Arimura?
ちょっと参ってるみたい
She
で
looks
す
like she's really stressed out.
そうか
I see. Well, keep an eye on her.
どうした
What's wrong?
あなた
Are you really Kunosada?
どういう
Yeah, that's a good question. What do you mean?
だって
I mean,
久野里さん
I
が
can't
僕た
believe
ち
the
を
real
心配をして
Kunosada
く
would
れる
honestly be worried about
お
us.
前
You're lucky we're on the phone, otherwise we'd beat the shit out of you. It really was
これがね
Kunosada.
とにかく
Anyway, keep a close eye on Hine Arimura's activities. There's no telling what someone will do when they panic.
パニックを起こした
That was all Kunosada said before she hung up. Hirionori Kakita, Moe Ishida, and Arimura's dad. Ito would, yeah, but he's not part of this. In the sense that she was the first to find the body, there was also a Tabe. It was true that too many of the victims were related to Arimura. Maybe it was natural for the police to suspect her.
先輩
Maishiro? Wow, good job not waking her up. Oh, she must have woken up. Arimura smiled in relief and ran over to me.
起きたら
You
いない
weren't there when I woke up, so I
どこ
wondered
か
where
行
you'd
ったのか
gone.
と思っちゃいました
Arimura still didn't look great, but she seemed to have calmed down since yesterday.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, I fell asleep somehow.
いつの
いやそれはいいよ
No, it's fine. Just,
ただ
what are you
そ
going
の
to do now?
帰ります
I'm going home. My aunt and uncle are probably worried about me.
そう
I see.
じゃあ途
I'll
中ま
walk
で
you
でよ
part
け
of
れ
the
ば
way.
送ってくよ
Even if she'd calmed down, I didn't feel safe sending her back alone. She must have felt the same way because she just nodded.
それにしても
Anyway, I hate Sundays. There's so many people around.
ですよね
Yeah.
あそういえば知ってる
Hey,
か
did you know? A
What am
while
I,
ago,
only
Ito.
outside?
I tried to keep up as much meaningless small talk as I could while we headed towards Arimura's home. Even with all the murders, it was still the weekend, and there was only a week to go until the festival. The whole town was in a state of excitement. It was a good thing for us. Arimura was gradually starting to smile again, in fact. Now, did Ito really do that?
あいつにも困った
Sometimes,
もんだ
I
よ
don't know about that guy.
先
Okay,
輩
Miyashiro,
そろそろこの
can I go
辺
the
りで
rest of the way on my... Suddenly, Arimura froze.
いいじゃん
Brother?
Huh?
Huh? What? I know. Quickly spun around, but I didn't see anyone.
有村
Arimura?
いや
No, brother. Calm down, Arimura. He's not there. I grabbed her by the shoulders, and I could feel that she was shaking. But he's right there. She was pointing at a mannequin in a store window. There was nothing else there.
とにかく帰ろう
Let's just go home. I'll walk you all the way. November 2nd, 2015, Monday. Yeah, that's not seeming great. The next day, Arimura came to school and... Ciao, sorry guys. She was back to normal.
おはよ
Morning.
あらお
Oh,
はよ
good morning.
チース
Hey.
おう
Hi. I'm glad to see you guys are getting along so well. Maybe I'll quit the lit club and join the newspaper
う
club.
私も文芸部やめて新聞部入っ何言ってんの
What are you talking about? You're basically a member already, right, Taku?
おう
Yeah, you're
そうだ
right.
な
本当っすか
Really? Alright, maybe I will join. Wait, are you allowed to be in 2 clubs?
もちろん
Of course, just fill out the paperwork and it's fine.
うんうん
I see.
なるほど
ま部活
Well,
入っ
if
ち
you
ま
do
えば
join, that gives you an excuse to be with me or Shiro.
なんだよそれ
What? We're not
別に
really.
僕たち
まあま
Oh, come on. No blushing. I mean, she started blushing.
照れない
Now she started blushing. No blushing.
ってお前が言うな
You don't get to say that. I hadn't seen Arimura this chipper in a while. It felt a little forced, sure, but it was still a good sign.
あそうだね
Alright, did you hear they're adding a chocolate bar to Hikariwo?
お
Huh? A chocolate bar? You mean the one where if you get a winning bar, you get another one?
違う
No, that's Chocobats. A chocolate-covered bat-shaped stick of fried dough. Oh, that actually sounds good. Not only is it cheap, there's a removable sticker on the back. If your sticker says hit or home run, you get another one free. I've never thought of fried dough and chocolate, but it sounds good.
とが
チョコレートバ
A
ー
chocolate bar that's like a restaurant, right? Where you can eat in?
なんかもある
そうそう
Yeah, that's the thing. Once it opens, we can
み
all...
んなで
And then she stopped. I had a bad feeling.
ひ ちゃん
Hina? No. She froze.
有村
Nothing good is happening here. I quickly grabbed her before she could fall over. Hey, what's wrong?
気を失ってるわ
She passed out. Taku, take her to the nurse's office right now. Yeah. As I picked her up, I glanced in the direction she'd been looking.
おい
Hey, what
何
happened?
があったんだ
You know what? If it turns out that it's all his fault, I'd believe it. 100%. Screw him. Hey, what happened? Kurohara was standing there. He happened to be passing by and was looking at us in surprise. There was no one else around.
タク
Taku, what did they say about Hina?
ちょっと疲れてるんだろ
She's just a
う
little
って話
tired, they said.
ひとまず保健室で休ませろって
Just a little tired, yeah. They're going to let her rest for a while. I mean, she's clearly been through a ton of stuff, but like, this is not it's not looking good for her.
そっか
I see. I knew what had happened. She'd seen him again. Maybe she'd mistaken Kawahara for her brother.
タクル
Taku, did something happen with Arimura?
何か
What do you mean?
ちょっと様子がお
She
か
was
しかった
acting a
よう
little
な気が
strange,
す
I
るんだ
think.
けど
あ
Yeah, I thought so too. She felt more
私も思った。
forced than she usually
普
does.
段よ
マジで
Wow, we got some perceptive
俺
high
全然
schoolers.
気づかなかったけど
Seriously? I had no idea. And then an average high schooler. Excuse me. Was it okay to tell them? Even Kazuki had stopped playing ESO 2 and come over to me with a look of concern on her face.
なんだよ
What is it, Kazuki? Are you worried too? Alright.
分かったよ
I told them all everything that had happened to Arimura over the past few days. We do know one person she has recently become friends with. If this does tie back to somebody she's recently become friends with, we do know one person. Told them all everything that happened over the past few days, that she said her brother was still alive, that he was trying to get revenge on her.
ね
Hey. It was Serika who spoke first.
えひなちゃんのお兄
Is
さんって
Hina's brother really alive?
いえ
No, I heard he was dead.
でも
But she
本人
thinks
は
he
生き
is,
てると
right?
思っちゃう
僕にもわからない
I don't know, but
ただ
what I
確か
do
な
know is that these
有村
murders
の
keep
周りで
happening
実
around
際に
her.
事件が頻発しているとい
If there
う
were
こと
dead
だ
bodies, that means somebody had killed them.
思うんだけど
I think that maybe we
ま
should
ずは
look
そ
into
の
her
お
brother
兄さん
some
のこ
more.
とについて
でも
But how?
お兄さんは
He
地
died
震
in
で
the
亡くなっ
earthquake,
たんで
right?
しょ
That means
だったら
I went with Kurisu's suggestion and visited the earthquake memorial with Serika. The memorial bore the names of everyone who died in the quake. I was worried about Arimura, but Kurisu said she'd take her home. It was probably safe to let her handle it.
どうタク
Well, Taku?
待ってくれ確か
Wait a second, I'm pretty sure his name was supposedly Shingo Arimura. Looking at the memorial, I was reminded of how many people had died during the earthquake. My parents, Serika's parents, and Kurisu and Yu's parents all had their names here. Or Yui's parents.
有村
Arimura...
見つけたか
Did you find it? I wonder if he's ever looked for Serika's parents, because her parents would not be on the memorial, and that would definitely tip them off if he ever thought to look for them. You can create a person, but you can't retroactively create stuff about them, which is why she has no like medical history or anything before she was created. So her parents wouldn't be here. Yeah, it's right here.
ここ
Shingo Arimura. From the age when he died, it was safe to assume that this was him. But this didn't mean anything for sure. The damage from the Shibuya earthquake had been incredible. Some people had been declared dead without their bodies ever being found. And in some cases, those people had later been found in committing crimes. So to be sure, I...
ああ、もう来
Oh,
てたの
you're
か。
here already. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sorry for having you come out here so quickly. I contacted Shinjo and had him meet me here.
いや、
No, it's better for me to know as much as possible about the case, even if it's something small. Lately, I've been starting to think that Detective Shinjo might be a lot better at his job than he looked. Yeah, he's another one of the characters that I really hope doesn't, in any of these endings, turn out to be, like, evil, because, like, he's pretty cool. Of course, maybe people like him never really fit in an organization, and couldn't grow to their full potential.
で、聞きたいのは、
So, you wanted to ask about Hine Arima's brother, right?
はい
Yes.
単刀直入に言おう。
I'll make it quick. Her brother Shingo is dead.
それは確かで
You're
すか。
sure?
間違いない。
We're sure. He died when his family's condo building collapsed during the Shibuya earthquake.
遺体発見の際は
The body was
遺族の
identified
確認
by a
も
family
行われた
member.
との。
ひなちゃんは
Did Hina, see his body?
有村ひなえ本人
I
が見
can't
たか
tell
ど
you
う
if
か
she
も
herself saw the body, but I can tell you for sure that he's dead.
だが
そうですか。
I see. So he wasn't just declared dead when they couldn't find the body then.
一応写真も
I
買
have a
ったの
photo too. Want to take a look? Probably. Oh, if it's a photo of him alive. I looked at it just in case, but I was surprised to find that he didn't really look like Arimura. I'd never seen him before.
じゃあ
So when
Hina-chan no
Hina says her brother's alive,
やっぱり有村の思い
I
込み
guess it's just her
か。
imagination after all. Or perhaps,
まあ
well,
身の
with all
回り
that's
で
going on
あれだ
around
け事件
her,
が起きた挙
what's happened with her dad, I can
父
understand
親
if
が
she's
あ
in
んな
pretty
姿
bad
にな
shape.
ったとな。現に彼女の母親
Mom's
も
not doing so well
かなり
either.
前。
そう
I
です
see.
か。
今は友人であ
We're
る
her
君たち
friends.
が
Keep an eye on her.
しっかりと様子を見てやってくれ。
Shinjo seemed to think he might gain some clue by hearing what we had to say about Arimura, but he ended up going back to the station with barely anything to show for it. He didn't tell us anything about the police considering her as a suspect. Yeah, he wouldn't. By the time I got home that day, the sun had set. I stopped to buy some Mountain View at the convenience store like always. When I opened the door, bag in hand, I realized that something was wrong.
誰か。
Someone's in here? I could sense someone in the back of the dark room. Could it be that I was next?
だ、
Who's
誰
there?
だ。
I was sure of it. Someone was there.
いるのは
I
分
know
か
you're
って
there.
るんだ。
Come on out.
出
I
て
tried to
こい。
yell loudly to make myself feel stronger, but it didn't work. A figure slowly stood up in the darkness, and the next moment it charged at me. It was so sudden I couldn't move. No, there's no time to get away. It's a little weird to be hiding in his place in the dark.
有村。
Arimura? Arimura leaped into my
どう
arms.
して。
Why? Cruz had said she'd taken her home.
私
Am I not allowed to be here? I'm too scared to be anywhere else.
怖くてって。
Scared, but won't your aunt and uncle worry?
平気です
It's fine. They
ど
want
う
to
せ
be
あ
rid of
の
me
人たち
anyways.
だって私
Is
を
that
おとな
something
しく
she
思ってるんです
knew?
からだからお願いです
So please let me stay here.
でも。
But
ダメ
is that okay? There were tears in her eyes. For the old Arimura, that might have been an act. But now,
あ、
fine.
本当ですか
Really? This wasn't an act.
そうです
Oh,
よ
right. Come inside, quick.
いや、そん
Huh?
なせかさ
You
なく
don't
て
have
も。
to rush me.
そうだ
I know. Are you sure nobody followed you here?
それはないと
I
思う
don't
けど。
think so.
そうですか
I see, but be careful, okay?
で
Oh,
も
and
注意してく
also,
ださいね
do you have anything to put up, like duct tape or something?
ガムテープ。
Duct tape? For
何に
what?
使うんだ。
窓とか隙間
I'm
とか
going
に
to put it
貼
on
る
the
んです
windows and cracks so my brother can't get in.
何言ってるん
What
だ
are you
よ。
talking about? He
そんな
can't
ところ
come
から
in
入って。
through. First, I thought she was joking and laughed. Then I saw that she was serious.
ほら
You see,
そこ
there's a little gap there, and over there too. If we don't tape up the gaps, he'll get in somehow. This is not
ちゃん
looking
と隙
good
間
for
を見
her.
ておかないと
有村。
Arimura? She told me before that her brother was alive and bent on revenge, but now I realize that it didn't matter whether he was alive or not. Her brother was after her. That was all that mattered.
わかった。
Fine. We
そ
can
れ
do
は
that
また
tomorrow.
明日にでも
It's
やろ
too
う。
late tonight.
今日はもう遅いから。
She was still scared, but I managed to calm her down enough that she dropped the subject. But even as it got later, all she did was look outside and shiver. Morning came without either of us getting much sleep. November 3rd, 2015, Tuesday. Well, somebody got some sleep. I met the morning with the sound of chirping sparrows and the quiet snoring of a girl. I always thought that if that ever happened to me, it would be wonderful. Who could have imagined it would feel like this? She'd only just fallen asleep, and it was already 10 a.m. I was worried about leaving her here by herself, but there was something I wanted to check.
連れの女なら
The girl's already here.
待っておるぞ
なん
What?
ですか。
この前と
It's a different girl than last time. For someone with such a stupid face, you do pretty well for yourself.
別にそ
I
んなんじ
I
ゃ。
don't. No, that didn't matter. There was no harm in letting her have the wrong idea. I needed to do what I'd come here for first. Ah, casual clothes again. Just like the waitress had said, the person I was here to meet had already arrived. She was reading something and frowning, like always.
人を呼び出しておい
You're
て
late, considering it was you who asked me to come here. She looked up from her book and spoke to me curtly.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
で
So, what did you want to ask me
聞き
about?
たいことというのは何だ
I sat down and ordered, and she got straight to the point. It was clear she didn't want to waste any time on small talk.
その
You're supposed to know a lot about the brain and the mind, right, Kunasato?
一応とは
I
失
don't
礼だ
supposedly know anything. My research
これでも
specialty
脳
is
科学
brain
専門で
science.
じゃあ
Then
その
I'd like your opinion as a
専門家と
specialist.
しての意見を聞きたいんですけど
Arimura's actions over the past few days had gone well beyond what anyone would consider normal. No matter how much I tried to convince her that her brother was dead, she refused to believe. No, it felt like she didn't even want to believe. Arimura was the only one who had seen her brother to begin with. None of us had seen him. Which meant that maybe it was all in her head after all. But then what was the cause? I could have looked it up on the internet, but not with Arimura in the room. And it was better to ask a specialist than just trying to figure out based off of some web pages. Yeah, if you just search seeing things, what cause, it's just cancer, death, like WebMD is just... Yep, second best brain person she knows. Yeah. Probably third, let's be honest. Third best. Name department is Kurisu and Maho? Yes, correct, which makes her the third best. I refuse to believe... We know she's not better than Kurisu. We know Kurisu's the genius child of that department, hands down. I refuse to believe she's better than Maho. Maybe she is, I refuse to believe. So, third best.
一番大きいのは
I'll accept third.
精神的な
The
ストレ
biggest
スだろ
factor
う
is
な
probably psychological stress. Kunasato furrowed her brow when I finished talking to her.
でもそれだけで
But is that enough to cause her to get so
あんまりにも怯えたりする
scared?
ものです
今
I haven't spoken to her personally, so this is just one possibility, but it could be a type of obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD. Also called OCD, the inability to stop from repeatedly thinking certain thoughts or performing certain actions. Sometimes symptoms can be as harmless, like an inability to stop thinking about whether you locked the door after you left, but severe cases can leave sufferers unable to live normal lives. The causes are thought to lie in a person's personality or external stress, but the exact cause
こ
is
れはあく
unknown.
までも可能性の問題でしかないが一種の強迫性障害
Well, who would be first? Oh,
俗に言う
true.
脅迫観念が原因とも考えられる
I think everyone involved would agree that Kurisu was the number one. Pretty sure. One of them might say it begrudgingly, but still.
脅迫観念
OCD?
ですか
犯罪心理学
You should know that
私の専門ではないんだ。
criminal psychology isn't my specialty, but she warned me before she continued.
殺人事件を起こした
It's
人
rare,
物
but
が
sometimes people who have murdered someone become terrified of that person's ghost. Ghost. That would
霊
be
的な
Arimura's
存在
brother
に
in
怯
this
えると
case.
いうのは稀にあることらしい
Arimura felt so guilty over her brother's death that she was hallucinating that she was seeing him. That was fine. Well, no, it wasn't fine, but it was fixable. There was another possibility that I was afraid of. The idea that had suddenly come to me last night. If I said it aloud, if I gave it a shape, something might change. And in a bad way.
じゃあ
Then,
例えば
for example, despite my premonition, I couldn't keep myself from saying it.
自分では気づいていないの
They
に
could take revenge for someone who died without even realizing it. Is that possible?
そういうことは
She had this for a long time. That's not true. True, yeah. That's true. Because that was... yeah. Kunasato must have understood exactly what I meant. She put down her coffee cup and looked at me.
まさかお前
You're not telling me that you think Arimura killed her father in her brother's place, are you?
あくまでも可能性
I'm not
として
asking. I'm just
そういう
asking
ことはあ
if
る
it's
のか
possible.
と
ありえないことじゃない
It's not impossible.
そう
I see.
ですか
I'd been feeling that way ever since I'd seen her last night. She said that her brother had died because of her, but she also said that it was her mom and dad's fault. Perhaps Arimura blamed herself for her brother's death so much that she started hallucinating visions of him? And maybe that started to escalate until unconsciously she thought she was her brother, and then she killed her father? Of course, she said she'd been attacked too. This doesn't... None of this current stuff explains that first burnt, charred body, though. It definitely explains the schoolgirl, who had a striking resemblance to her. It definitely explains the father. If either she's taking on, without even knowing it, revenge for her dead brother, or if there's someone else out there influencing things from the point of view of her brother, where does that first middle-aged man fit in? I mean, I guess they never ID'd him, so it could be anywhere, but it's not her uncle. Her aunt and uncle are alive and well. She went back to them for a bit. Could it be her biological father? But if she had a biological father, why was she adopted by the Arimuras? We know she's not their biological daughter, but I just kind of assumed that meant her... Does he look like her father? Possibly. We know whatever's happening here is... got blurred vision, apparently. But yeah, maybe. That's definitely a possibility. Of course, she said she'd been attacked too. In that case, she would be lying, but... When the thought had first come to me, it seemed impossible. I tried to tell myself that I was overthinking things, but once the thought came to you, it was impossible to be rid of it. The more you told yourself not to think about it, the more you started to think that maybe it was true. What was the truth and what was a lie? I'm the one who wants to know. Yashiro! Arimura leapt into my arms as soon as I opened the door. You're all caught up now. Cool! Welcome back! How could you leave me like that? Where did you go? Kunisado... Because the VOD cut off there? He asked Kunisado specifically... Kunisato's like, she might just have OCD. That can happen when somebody, like, witnesses somebody's death. They can be, like, haunted by their ghost. And Meishiro was like, is it possible that she's getting revenge for her brother without necessarily knowing it? And Kunisato's like, well, it's not impossible, and that's about it. There you go. And now we're back here. Sorry, I went shopping and stuff. I figured we'd need some things. You're hungry, right? I took out the sandwiches and rice balls I'd bought at the convenience store. I got worried when you just vanished. It's fine. Huh? No, it's nothing. Don't think about it. It's impossible. It's... Were you careful? Careful? Of what? Wrong answer. Careful that my brother didn't find this place. I told you, it's fine. Nobody's chasing after you. But he's looking for me, so... I looked away. Couldn't do it. I couldn't bear to see her like this. I grabbed Arimura by the shoulders and looked straight into her eyes. Meishiro? Listen, Arimura. Your brother is dead. I checked with the police. He's dead, and the dead don't come back to life. But he attacked me, it's true. Arimura. You don't believe me? You think I'm lying? That's not true. I believe you. I believe you, but... Arimura looked at me with her eyes wide. Ah, it's only then that I realized I made a terrible mistake. You're lying. Arimura. You don't believe me, do you? Arimura shook off my hands. Tears began to pour down from her big eyes. No, Arimura, that was... I tried to calm her down, but she smacked my hand away. She does, yes. So even you're lying to me now, aren't you? You're lying to me too, just like my dad and mom and my brother. Uh-oh. Listen to me, Arimura. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want... This is gonna end badly. She slipped past my hands and ran out of the RV. And then she ran out of the park without looking back. Probably should have chased after her, but I hesitated. If it was Arimura who killed her dad, when I thought about it, I couldn't follow her. Hey, Taku! Awful loud in here! What's going on? Gen. By the way, I brought you another one. Gen, I'm sorry, but not now. What? Come on. I brought it for you special. You can pay me later. I said not now. Just leave. Taku? Alright, bye. What was I doing? Hine Arimura was in a hospital room. It took her a while to figure out what she was doing lying in a hospital bed. But when she did, she remembered everything that had happened. She wanted to believe it was a dream. Worst dating sim ever. Yeah, you got caught up just in time for the pain. But the bandages around her body and the pain from her injuries told her that it wasn't. Where are Mom and Dad? She looked around for her parents. She staggered out of the bed and finally saw them in the hallway. They were each talking to someone on the phone and trying to hide from the other as they did. Oh man, when you both talk to your booty call at the same time, awkward. And you could tell that they were talking to their lovers. Oh, that's so awkward. At least wait till you're not next to each other. Oh, this is right after a big incident and worried about people, I guess. How could they be doing that now when her brother was dead? How can you do that at a time like this, Mom? The next thing she knew, she was taking her anger out on her mom. Hina, I'm glad you're awake. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Brother's dead. How can you do this? Calm down, Hina. Mom's making an important phone call, so... That was a lie. Really? I would have thought that would have been the truth. She, from her point of view, would be making an important phone call. Why? Why didn't you save my brother? He was still alive. If you'd come with me, we might have saved him. Why didn't you come with me? We tried to save him, of course, before you came, but we couldn't. That was a lie. Oh. Oh, man. Then why did you say it was too late? We didn't want you to get hurt. We thought that you'd go inside if we didn't tell you that. You're lying. Hina had grabbed her mom before she even knew it. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. All you do is a lie. Everything you say is a lie. Hina, stop it. Why? Why do you lie so much? Why didn't you tell the truth? I don't want to hear all these lies. Stop lying and tell me. Tell me the truth. Why did you let my brother die? Why did you kill him? Tell me. Oh, it was the first time she'd seen her mother's face like that. It was a scary face with all the false kindness wiped away. It's a woman's face. It's all your fault. Shingo went inside because he thought you were there. If he had known you weren't in there, he never would have gone inside. Do you want to know why we didn't save him? It's all your fault in the first place. Oh, man. Oh. That was the truth. It was the first true thing her mother had told her. And that truth destroyed her. My fault. You know, I was going to defend these guys as not actively terrible. They were swingers who just weren't home a lot, which is not great, but in the context of the overarching Parent Society V, wasn't betting out. No, they're actually climbing that list pretty quickly. They're climbing that list pretty quickly. Yeah, I suppose. Fair. Most parents don't have to deal with a child who can literally tell if they're lying or not. That is out of the ordinary. To be fair, I'll give you that. Still don't think that outburst was justified. However, I'll grant you situations are different than they would be for most parents in this situation. Doesn't undo all their previous nonsense, but like, yeah. Shingo had gone out to buy a present for Hine, just like she'd done. And then the earthquake had happened. He'd run back home, found the building half collapsed, and then ignored his parents' warnings and gone inside. He believed that she was there. And that's how he'd been killed. It's my fault. It's my fault he... Clearly wants no good parents. The whole world shook. Everything she knew fell apart, and then Hine lost everything. I could see why she doesn't live with her parents anymore. Yep. Do you need something from our class? Oh, no, is Arimura here? It's because of Japan's workaholic culture really did a number on any parent's chance of being good in Japanese fan stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like some of this is social commentary or something. Almost. She didn't come to school today. I see. Thanks. The next day, just like I thought, Arimura hadn't come to school. It was after school, and the clubroom was still empty. So there's like a 0% chance that she just shows back up at school, everything's fine. She just, you know, she had a really overstressed episode, which I don't think anybody could blame her for, mind you. There's like a 0% chance of that, right? Right? Like, was it really Arimura who'd killed her parents? Like, literally the stuff she's gone through, it would not be shocking at all if she started seeing, like, paranoid illusions of, like, somebody trying to kill her. Like, it wouldn't... She's been through some stuff. But, like, there's no way that's just like, oh man, I rested up and I'm better now. Excuse me. Maybe I needed to go back over everything that had happened, just to get it clear in my head. First, the data and locations of the New Generation Madness murders. There were 4 murders. Don't Look at Me in Jinan, Leaky Noise in Shinshen, and then Revolving Dead at Fairy's Dance, a place I would never forget. Is that the first time we heard the name of it? No, I think we heard it like once before. It's giving me Grisilia vibes. Grisilia vibes? Oh, that was the other one you were playing, right? Then there was the Gotsuan death case, which had also occurred right in front of us. Yeah, good so far. Grisilia. I don't know if I know that name. Drawing a blank. Well, the problem was what came next. All the murders after Gotsuan death. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, I'm garbage with names. I don't know the animes for those. Ah, okay. All the murders after Gotsuan death. There were 3 victims. The first victim was, that's right, a headless body that was burnt to death. The next victim was Moe Ishida, a student at Hekiho Academy. Not much can be taken from that. Fair, yeah. And finally, Koichiro Arimura. I feel like it's really hard to adapt visual novels to anime. Like, Steins Gate somehow did it. And as much as it's easy to, like, point at Chaos Head for being an awful adaptation, it is legitimately super difficult to adapt a game like that. Like, even if they had the budget, which they clearly didn't, and had 2 seasons, which they didn't, I still don't know if they could have done it, even with, like, the best people in the business. I don't know if they could have adapted Chaos Head to a 24-episode anime. Truly don't think so. And visual novels in general are tough to adapt to it, especially now that most anime are just a season, pop them out, get it done. No idea how much it lines up with the visual novel. First 20 hours, pure slice of life without a plot, which seems hard to adapt. It does, unless they skip some of that, but I imagine if they skip some of that, it makes the inevitable things have gone south less impactful. Isolation ward for 6 kids with extreme mental disorders. Okay. Notes did a fair job. Yeah, I hear that Notes is good. It's not phenomenal like Steins Gate. Again, this is just what I've heard. I haven't seen it. I should watch those. I really should just watch them all, even all the way through the Chaos Head anime, just to suffer. That's gonna do much about it. Okay. Yeah, I hear that Notes is like, it's not as phenomenal as Steins Gate, but it's like, cool. It ain't bad. When I finish all these, I'll probably watch them myself. But we used to do Discord watch parties for it, but that was when I wasn't seeing my friends in person on Wednesdays, and we had that Wednesday block of time. Now, by the time I get home from D&D on Wednesdays, it's like midnight already. And that was also before I had the job and was waking up early, so we had the time. Ine Arimura's father. Now we'd have to, like, skip a few days of streaming to do it, which is not impossible, but I just haven't done it. That was the order.
やっぱりだ。
Just like I thought. Looking back at this case, it was clear that there was no relationship between the first murders and the last 3. Yeah. The first 4 cases had been extremely bizarre. The later ones were brutal, but fairly ordinary. And more than anything, there were the sumo stickers. I'd been so relieved that they were gone that I'd been slow to pick up on it, but there were no sumo stickers anywhere to be found near the sites of the last 3 murders. In other words, they were 2 completely separate groups. And Moe Ishida had been a huge fan of Hine Arimura. Koichiro was her father. In a broad sense, these 2 were both related to Arimura. Then there was the headless burnt body. They hadn't identified the body yet, but maybe. Which means that I was right. I turned around at the sound of the door opening and saw Kazuki standing there. Oh, it's you, Kazuki. Thought about getting a second opinion, but with Kazuki, that wouldn't be possible. I went to turn back to the board. And I realized that Kazuki was staring at me.
どうかしたのか?
What's wrong? Surprisingly, Arimura had taken a liking to the silent Kazuki, and Kazuki didn't seem to mind her. Didn't mind her either. The 2 of them had built up a unique friendship. Maybe Kazuki was worried about Arimura too. Let's see. Top tier though, if you ever want to read something really slow and impactful, if you don't mind the lewd sometimes. Ah, so don't stream it, got it. Standard censored version still has a bit or 2, which might be too much for Twitch. Got it, okay. Yeah. I hope she's not. but she seemed impacted by seeing them doing nothing in the club room, but it looked like they were, to be fair. And she's the only recent friend that Arimura's gotten that we know of. We know that she doesn't make friends easily, but if it's somebody who's just using mind control on her, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Maybe... Huh? What was that? Or to not have a root? Yeah. Oh, I'm sure she's got a root. I hope she's not, but like, if all these endings are just other things. Also, I was looking at the guide, and I really love the way that they non-spoilerly tell you to get to the true end. This is word for word what it says under true end. It will be immediately obvious how to attain this ending once all of the routes are complete. That's it. Nothing else. There's nothing else written there. Just, when you finish the other routes, you're gonna know. Just, it's fine. And I kind of love that. There's no, like, if you can't figure it out, click this link. Because they did that for Steins Gate Zero. They're like, if you really can't figure this out, here's a link where we'll spoil it for you. There's not even that. It's just, it will be immediately obvious. So I'm really curious what it's going to be. Did Kazuki talk? Hey, Kazuki, did you? Come to think of it, she talked once before. Last time, it felt like she'd been so caught up in Arimura's energy that she'd spoken without thinking. Yeah, oh, you'll know. No, that didn't matter. Kazuki, what did you... It might be my fault. Maybe. They also share that little quirk of speaking. We've heard her speak 2 lines, not in a delusion, and it always ends with comma, maybe. And Arimura started doing that. Arimura started doing that since the date, and I just assumed that was part of, like, her letting her real self show and not being entirely confident about it. And it's hard to create a pattern with just one example to go off of, but now that we have 2 non-delusional things from her... Yeah, she actually speaks, and 3 technically, because she said it there too. This time I could hear her clearly. What do you mean it's your fault? We were talking about Hina's brother, and it might be because I asked, maybe... Oh, so she is the friend in question, though. She is the friend in question. Asked what? If she wanted to see her brother. I had no idea what Kazuki was talking about. Why would it be her fault for asking if Arimura wanted to see her brother? Kazuki, you have to explain to me or I won't understand. What do you mean? I am a psychic too. A psychic? Wait. A psychic? Do you mean a gigalomaniac? You? I asked if she wanted to see her brother, and that's why she's seeing him. Yeah, there's no way she wasn't, honestly. She's nice, so I wanted to talk to her too. But I might have done something awful again, maybe. Maybe that's why she doesn't talk. Oh man. Not only was Kazuki not used to talking, but she was sobbing too. It was hard to get anything out of her. But I understood what she was trying to say. Arimura was seeing her brother because Kazuki had asked if she wanted to see him. And that this was because of her powers as a gigalomaniac. Of course, it was possible that Kazuki was joking or mistaken, but... from the look of things, it didn't seem that way. Which meant... what Arimura was saying was true? Didn't know if the brother she'd seen had really killed her father, but some power of Kazuki's had caused Arimura to see her brother. It wasn't a hallucination or a mistake. Then who had killed her father? Suddenly the door burst open and Ito rushed inside. What? I'm thinking now. We can talk later. I guess you don't know then, huh? Some right-sider you are. Yeah, this is already the worst route. Ignore all that happy time. Already the worst route. I don't know what... sad Kazuki times is worst route. No, you're thinking, right? We can talk later. Oh, you smug bastard. Don't be a dick, man. Tell me. You mean, please tell me, right? Now's not the time, Ito. Fine, I'm sorry. Please tell me what happened. You don't sound like you... Oh, then it's nothing... I hope it has nothing to do with Arimura, because if he's dragging this out and it has something to do with Arimura, he's a dick. If he's dragging this out just so he can feel superior, because we know Taku does that for something important but not directly related, then, you know, okay. Asshole. Just before I started to get really mad, though, the door opened once more and Sarah called me. Hey, Taku, did you hear? There's been another case! Oh no, I don't!
新しい事
A new
件
case? Do you mean...
もしかして
Yeah, a murder! She looks strangely happy about that. It couldn't be.
それ俺が今から
That was
言お
what
う
I
と
was
した
just about to say. I ignored that idiot Ito and ran up to Serica.
それで
I called back, but she didn't answer. I ended up almost grabbing her. Serica looked a little scared. Huh?
いいから教えてくれ
Just tell me, who was killed?
う
I think it was a woman in her 40s.
40
Oh
あ
no.
の人
A woman in her 40s.
ひょっとして
It wasn't Arimura's mom, right? Huh? Hina's, but
違
why?
うよ
No, if it was, I would have told you sooner. I'm not that much of a
もっと
dick.
早くに言ってる
He's not that much of a dick. It wasn't? Then it wasn't someone who was related to Arimura? Did it have nothing to do with the others, or... a phone call? Could it be
有村
Arimura? I grabbed the phone out of my pocket and looked at the name on the screen. But it wasn't who I hoped it was.
宮代くんか
Hey, sure, it's Shinjo. I could hear tension in his voice, and it scared me. Oh, he's about to be like... Either we found her at the scene of the crime, or it is actually her mother.
急に電話なん
Why
だ
are you calling?
つい数時間
Just a few hours ago, there was another murder in Shibuya. Did you hear about it? It was a woman in her 40s named Hinako
ひ
Mikami.
なこと言う
あはい
Yes,
ち
we
ょ
were
うど
just
今
talking
そ
about
の
it.
話をしていたところで
Taku will be happy. I don't have to kill them. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
その事件の容
We
疑
have a
者が判
suspect
明
in
し
the
た
murder. A suspect.
一体
Who
誰
is
なんです
it?
いいか
Listen carefully. On the 25th, Moe
10
Ishida
月
was murdered.
25日に
Then on the
西田
26th,
萌を殺害し
Koichiro
続く
Arimura was killed as
26
well.
日に
And last
有
night,
村浩一郎を殺害
Hinako Mikami was killed.
さらに
The
昨夜
suspect in all these
三上
murders
ひな子を殺害し
is
たと思われる有村ひなえの
Hine
母親だ
Arimura's mother. Oh. Oh.
タクルどう
So it's a weird power combo of her power making her see her brother, and she's actually got somebody trying to kill her. She just doesn't see her mother, she sees her brother. That doesn't explain why she saw her in, like, the school, but still. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is time for bad mom energy to be critical. Yeah. Any luck, Takeru?
ダメだ
No good, she's
繋が
not
らない
picking up. Kurusu and the others had arrived at the club room afterwards, and I'd filled them in on the situation. We tried to call her, but with no luck. The best blue of all time. I don't know. I still think him reading out the fan fiction is my favorite. As is Spark Wars. I think those two are my two favorite blues so far. But I do like the... It's not just lewd. Here's something else, like, comical. You could argue both the two that aren't Spark Wars still had some lewdness to them, but it wasn't just that. Maybe she didn't want to answer my calls. Oh, I hope not.
僕が有村を
maybe.
疑ってしまったから
Damn it, it's my fault. I got suspicious of her.
今はそんなこと言ってる場合
Now's
じ
not
ゃ
the
な
time
い
for
で
that,
しょ
is it?
そうだよ
That's right, we need to find where she is.
そうは言っても
But
電話
she's
したっ
not
て
picking
出
up
て
her
くれな
phone,
いし
and I don't know where
ど
she
こ
is
に
at
いる
this
の
rate.
でもど
But
う
we
にか
have
す
to
る
do
しか
something.
ない
Let's
じゃ
think
ない
of a way.
何かいい方法を考えましょう
A way? There was no way. And then someone handed me a phone.
和樹
Kazuki?
つながった
She picked up. Maybe? It's Hina.
ひなさん
Ah, she wasn't going to pick up for him, but grabbed the phone and put it up to my ear.
もしもし
Hello? Hello?
有村か
I remember, it's me, it's Miyashiro.
先輩
Miyashiro?
待て切るな
Wait, don't hang
切ら
up,
ないで
listen
聞
to
いてくれ
me.
疑って悪かった
I'm sorry I doubted you. You weren't wrong, I was wrong, so I'm sorry, really. Miyashiro?
今すぐ会えないか
Can we meet somewhere?
会って話
I
したい
want
こ
to
と
tell
が
you
ある
something
ん
in
だ
person. So she's at the train station.
今は
Not now.
どうして
Why?
今から
I'm about to meet
お
my
母さんと
mom.
会う約束をしてるんです
から
We can meet after that. No, we can't. Wait, Arimura, don't go. You can't. Taku, where's Hina?
切れた
She hung up. I called back, but she didn't answer. Why would she even go to meet her mom, though? She clearly had no love there. She either wasn't getting a signal or she turned off her phone. Either way, we had no way of contacting her.
有村のやつ
She said she's meeting with her mother.
母親に会うって
Wait, that's bad, isn't it? Yeah, extremely bad. Thanks for keeping up on things.
どこで会うかわか
Do
ら
you
ない
know where?
今の時間でそこまで聞き出せるわけない
Fair,
だろ
Ramen. Fair. I didn't have time to ask. Do you have some clues? Some place they would have gone together? Or
二人
that
で
was
一緒に行っ
important
た
to
と
them?
ころとか
バカ言うなよ
Don't be stupid. She wouldn't meet with her mother at a place like... Wait. I thought I'd heard... You could at least yell, trains, while you're running. I heard a sound on the other side of the phone. That was probably... I remembered my conversation with Shinjo as I ran.
有村の
Arimura's mother? You mean her mother was the killer? We're sure about Moe Ishida and the cases after that, and we're pretty sure about the burnt body as well. Sarika and the others had insisted I put the phone on speaker mode. I did that before it continued.
でも
But why would her mom... Did you know that the Arimura family was essentially dysfunctional?
まあ
Yeah, more or less. He would, yeah. But like as he was running out the door, he could have just yelled, trains! Just so that they were informed. I don't know. It's easy to imagine after what Arimura had told me. And both Arimura's mother and dad had separate lovers who they spent almost all their time with. But suddenly, Megumi Arimura, her mother, had a falling out with her lover of 10 years last month. After that, she supposedly began to act strangely. First, she felt hatred towards her lover for abandoning her, and eventually she started to direct the hate towards her family and husband. If she'd had a happy home life, if her husband hadn't been such a failure, she never would have had an affair in the first place. At least that's what she said. It sounds like they were both mutually having affairs, though. I don't think you can point the blame at someone else just because your cheating relationship didn't last. I mean, it lasted 10 years. That's a lot more than I'd expect. But that's... Kurisu raised her voice in anger at Arimura's mother's selfish actions. The accurate response, but her mom can't hear her. Eventually, it escalated to the point where she began to hate her daughter, Hine.
どうして
Why? According to her, because Hine Arimura was the thing that tore her family apart, and also the reason she broke up with her lover. There's no way that 10 years after the... Arimura's real father was her mother's Oh... Never mind. Never mind. No, that... I just assumed she was adopted, but no. So they were still half-siblings, to be fair. Her brother, they were half-siblings. They may not have been full, but the way he said it made it sound like we're not related at all. They're just half-related. Still, of course, her dad knew this. Her birth had caused a rift in the Arimura family. It had essentially ceased to be a family at all. What was worse was the strange power that Arimura had. She seemed to have it under control now, but at first she hadn't known how to handle it. As a result, her mother had come to fear and loathe her. Yeah, for sure. Megumi Arimura became psychologically unstable. She killed her ex, chopped off his head, and set the body on fire. So that was the first murder. So it was her biological father. I guessed that, but then was like, nah, she's probably adopted. Then she planned to take revenge on the people she blamed for her problems, her husband, Koichiro, and her daughter, Hine. And then she just missed one. She was not... The police believe the second victim, Moe Ishida, was mistaken for Hine and killed. And now she's escaped the police, and we think she's plotting her daughter's murder. Yeah, we agree. My parents actually blamed Hine before the earthquake? Yeah. It was her mother, Megumi Arimura, who killed her father. And now her mother was trying to kill her too. Then there was the phantoms of her dead brother. Damn it. I may have done something terrible. All I could do now was find Arimura as fast as possible, and stop her from meeting with her mom. My lungs were already at their limit. My lack of exercise had caught up with me, and my legs weren't doing what I told them to. But I had to keep going, because I I was sure. I think what I heard was... Arimura was probably around here somewhere. Why? I heard her. The voice was definitely Arimura's. Why, Mom? Where? Where was she? Of course, because it's your... over there.
Mama?
Mom? I looked for my mom where she said she'd be. I was so surprised when she suddenly texted me. I never thought that she'd actually want to see me. At first I thought there was no way I'd ever meet her. Couldn't believe what she said either. I was so sad to lose your father that way. But maybe she really meant it. Clearly not. I hadn't talked to my mom in a long, long time. Mom had started avoiding me when she realized I had the power to tell when she was lying. So I didn't know what had happened to her and Dad since then, and I didn't care. I'd figured that after my brother's death, they hadn't tried to get back together. They both split off to do their own thing. But maybe she'd changed. Maybe Dad's death had made her rethink things. So I decided to do what she hoped I would. It was the last wish I had left. So I'd come to meet my mom. That explains why she was going, at least. And I'd immediately regretted it. Oh, hello. I'm happy you came. She gets a picture. Alright. I mean, she gets that in-game picture, not just part of a CG. She really meant it. I've wanted to see you for so long. She meant that too. Now that Dad's gone, you're the only person I care about. A lie. If she'd said the only person I care about killing, truth, suddenly. From now on, you'll be together with me forever. A lie. Now come closer so I can see your pretty face. Lie, lie, lie. All lies. Hey, Mom, I said. Why do you always lie like that? I'm not lying. I really... You're lying. I can tell. I can tell you're not telling the truth. Why are you saying that, Hina? Your mom loves you so much. That's a lie, too. Mom looked surprised for a second, but then she looked down at her feet and didn't say anything. Maybe I'd said too much? Mom? Fine. I'll tell you the truth then. Was this her real voice? It's your fault. This was her real voice. If it hadn't been for Shingo in the first place, I never would have had to marry your dad. Oh. You know, it does take two people to make that mistake. Just saying. Just saying. 2 people were involved in Shingo, not one. Mom's words. But you were his child, so I took care of you. But... when you were born, it ruined my life. It takes 2 people to make that mistake, too. If you're gonna blame all the mistakes of your life on your kids, you're half responsible for those. Totally true. I never should have had you, or Shingo. A creepy girl like you never should have been born. She was telling the truth. So disappear, just go away. The words I wanted to hear. The words I didn't want to hear. You know, that's what Shingo wants. Brother? That's right, your brother comes to me every day. He says it hurts. He says he didn't want to die. Wow, so both of them are seeing the brother in... Happy fun times here. Just, happy fun times. Brother. It's all your fault, and his fault. It's his fault I got married when I didn't want to. It's your fault my family was ruined. You stole my happiness. It's all your fault. You had the child. If this was a story where that was forced upon her, that would be a different case entirely. Everything we know says she consensually had a child with person A, and then consensually had a child with a different person B while still married to person A. Both were consensual, both were her choice, she's just mad. Because you were born, because a monster like you was born, that's why he... Yeah. She was telling the truth. Yeah, that's moving on. This was the truth that I wanted to hear, but if this was the truth, then you
私の気持ち
understand how I feel, right? So,
分
you
かって
know.
くれるでしょ
Mom took something out from her bag.
だったら
The towel it was wrapped in fell off, and I could see a little bit of sunlight glinting off the exposed metal. Even if I knew what it was, I couldn't move. The truth that I just heard had shocked me so much that I couldn't move.
あなたさえいなけ
When
れ
you're gone, I can be happy.
ば
We
私
know
は
that's
幸
not
せに
true.
なれるの
It'll probably show up as true because she thinks it, but we know that's false. Mom smiled. It was the first time I'd seen her real smile.
ママ
Mm.
バイバイ
Bye-bye, Hina.
ひなちゃん
She came closer. She looked so happy. There was nothing I could do but wait for her embrace. Oh. Oh, but he hasn't been practicing his power. He wouldn't be able to.
有村は
Arimura should be around here. It's all your fault. That voice. It's all your fault. It's all because a monster like you was born. It was Arimura's. I ran towards the voice, and under the dimly lit bridge, in an empty space with nothing but the sound of the trains, Arimura was there.
あなたさえいなけ
When
れ
you're
ば
gone, I can be happy. There was a woman
私
standing in
は
front of her.
幸せにな
She
れ
was
る
so
の
tired, and she looked very aged, but she was probably in her early 40s. The woman took something out of her bag. Mom?
バイバイ
Bye-bye, Hina.
ひなちゃん
When the woman started walking towards Arimura, I knew everything. At this rate, Arimura would be killed, but from where I was standing, I couldn't reach her. Damn it. She was right in front of me. Was I just supposed to let her die? Damn it, damn it, damn it. I screamed as loud as I could, but... The woman didn't hear my voice. She held the blade in front of her and began to run. Oh, and then I saw something in the corner of my eye. I mean, it was a D-sword. There was a loud noise, and the woman suddenly recoiled backwards. Then she grabbed her ears and fell to her knees. Red drops fell from between her fingers. Was that my power? My power had caused her earrings to move, ripping them out of her ears, but it only held her back for a moment. She glared at Arimura and charged with the blade once more. That's true, it is, but he still clearly hasn't thought about throwing it, but he still did something.
有村
I flung myself between them. The sound of a train. The warning bells of the crossing bars lowered. Light and shadow intersecting. And a burning pain.
先輩 宮代先輩
Maybe it's a non-lethal knifing? Right. I heard footsteps somewhere deep in my head. Arimura's mother had probably come back to her senses after stabbing me and then run off somewhere. The pain was so strong that I couldn't look to see. Arimura. I must have passed out without realizing it, because the next thing I knew, Arimura was cradling my head in her lap. Stay put, Miyashiro. I'll call an ambulance.
ごめん
I'm sorry,
有
Arimura.
村
I softly rubbed her cheek. Her pretty pale skin was stained dark red with my blood.
どうして
Why are you apologizing?
あの時
Because I didn't believe you.
信じてやれなくて
To bring honor to it for the first time, yeah. Miyashiro,
もしも
if you can forgive me, then just one more time.
有村
Arimura? Was she crying?
私こそ
I'm the one who's sorry. I shouldn't have run off like that.
先輩は
That's true too, Ark.
先
Tried to
輩は
save me
最
until
後
the
まで
very end,
私
and
の
I...
ことを
Arimura.
それなのにだから
So please, don't die. Arimura's tears wet my cheeks.
先輩
The tears fell in great numbers, rolling off my cheeks and hitting the ground.
有村
But I was already... Arimura,
有
I...
村僕は
When I woke up from my sleep, I saw the face of the person I'd been dreaming of and panicked.
あれ私眠って
Game? Huh? Was I asleep? Miyashiro?
後ろ
なんだ
What? You're awake?
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, I kind of passed out while I was waiting for you.
先輩を待ってる間に
It's fine, you don't need to worry about it. He was always so nice to me. So sometimes I want to let him spoil me. What?
宮代先輩
Miyashiro,
って
you're really nice, aren't you?
優し
What are you talking about? I'm not.
優
No,
しい
you're
ですよ
nice. You came to save me after all.
だって
それは
That was
有村
because I was worried about you. Oh, maybe there's a time skip. Yeah, it's kind of two different Takus, clearly.
ね
Hey, Miyashiro?
なんだよ。
What?
え痛みます
Does it hurt? Your injury?
まあ、
Well,
時々は。
sometimes, but it's
で
nothing.
も、
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, it's my fault. No, it's your mom's fault. It's not your fault. How many times do I have to tell you?
うんうん
No, it really is
や
my
っぱり
fault.
私のせい
My
で
heart
す
was weak, that's why.
有村。
Arimura.
でもね
But I realized something. You can't divide the world into truth and lies.
世界には
The world is half truth and half lies, and we have to accept that.
そうじゃなきゃ
Otherwise,
きっと
you
誰も
just
立ち
can't
行か
keep
なくな
going.
るもっと早くに
If I'd found that out
そ
earlier,
う
I.
気づいてれば私
My mom had been arrested shortly after that. An officer at a police box had seen her staggering down the street, covered in blood, and taken her in. She'd lost her mind to the point where they weren't even sure she could stand trial. But she'd have to go to some hospital, Shinjo had said. It was her own fault that this happened to her, but part of it was my fault too. I would have to carry the burden of that truth for the rest of my life.
でも、有村は気づいたんだろ。
That Taku just dies there. That makes sense, yeah. Because there is a bad end for this route, but it specifically just says, so once we get on her route, we just pick all bad delusions. Note, this ending is almost identical to the main end of the route, with the exception of some scenes that are missing at the very end. So yeah, he probably just dies. But you know now, right? Huh?
世界は嘘と本当の
That the world was half lies and half truth.
はい
Yes. So we have to get that bad ending anyway, though, you know, right? And see what the bad delusions are. Then it's fine. As long as you know that, you can keep going forward. Right.
はい
Miyashiro would always tell me. I think we still have a save file from as soon as we got on her path. I hope. I hope. The path that I needed to follow. So I...
宮代先輩
Miyashiro, I have a request.
お願い
What is it? I hadn't thought about it when I made that save point, but I'm glad I did make that save point.
キス
Can you give me a
し
kiss?
てもらってもいいですか
What?
いや
Do you not want to? No, it's not that, but
あおい今
you...
その言葉が本
If
当
those
な
words are true, it's okay, right?
いいですよ
If you
ね
kiss me.
キス
だからそれは
That's... Kazuki's like, ahem, right here. Hana, when did you get here? I'm glad it wasn't her. I'm glad she... I mean, it's still weird that she has some sort of power to make people see people, and we're just gonna gloss over that? But whatever. She didn't in any way intentionally cause harm. I'm also glad we get to see his face for this. You could have pretended to not see anything for just a little longer.
だから
Stop pounding the wall, you'll punch a hole in
壊れ
it.
るだろ
Kinda surprised she hasn't yet, honestly. I was so close, too. Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
もうタク
Oh, there you are,
こんな
Taku.
ところに
It's the Restoration Festival today. We're all going together, right?
なんだ
Oh, you're here too, Arimura. I bet the two of you were making out. We were about to if people didn't keep interrupting us. Making out. Ito, watch your
伊
mouth.
藤君もうちょっと言い方に気をつけなさ
I
い
assume so. I think there's a route for everyone. There's... They don't have them labeled, but like this is route A, then there's route 2, then there's route 3, then there's route 4, then there's the true ending. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm assuming Ito doesn't get an ending. Like... Oh, that's true. One of them branches. Yeah, one of them branches into 2. So yeah, that covers everyone. Yeah. Everyone of the club, at least. Might be a while before I get that kiss at this rate.
先輩
Miyashiro?
行きましょうか
Ready to go to the Restoration Festival?
ああ、
Oh, yeah.
その代わり
But let's go together.
二人
Huh? I grabbed his hand and started to run.
だって約束でし
We
ょ
made a promise, right? Come on, let's go, Miyashiro.
あおいちょっと
Hey, wait! You Kunosato ending. Oh man. Hey, no running off on your own.
こら
No running in the hallway.
そこかよ
Is that the problem here? He was right. As long as I was with him, I could keep going forward, even in a world of truth and lies, because when he'd come to save me, I knew that his feelings were true. So,
ありがとう
thank you, Miyashiro. In the end, happiness. We took some bumps along the way, but happiness at the end. Is this the same ending sequence we had seen? Because if so, we could skip it. Yeah, it's the same one we saw, right? Cool. Yeah, shockingly happy end. I mean, they didn't solve the case or anything. Don't blow it now, game. Trustworthiness Investigation Committee Frisia. Oh yeah, we did just kind of leave them alone. Everyone's here, right? Shinjo looked around at the assembled group before he spoke. I mean, maybe all the side endings are happier, and then just like, you know, it's only the true stuff that's tragic. It was a Saturday morning and early, but there were still quite a few people here. Kunosato Momose, the CEO of Frisia, Mio Kunosato, oh wait, it was Katsuko. Mio Kunosato, a student at Hekiho Academy, and the famous K of Shibuya News. Shinji Ito, part of the Hekiho newspaper club. Nono Kurisu, Hana Kazuki, and Sarika Onoe. None of them looked happy to be here. Bad things like how good Taku would be if it had jumped ship for the case like Nono wanted. It seems that way, but maybe the others won't be. I don't know. I never expect goodness, but I'm glad this one was. They all had a vague idea of why they'd been brought here, but they still seemed to be afraid of what they were about to hear. Shinjo didn't feel much different. Shinjo slowly began to speak with the same expression of tension on his face as the rest of them. We found Hine Arimura and Takeru Miyashiro. Ah. Shinjo began to tell them what the police had learned about what had happened between me, Arimura, and her mother on November 4th. Oh, okay, this is just what happened. Oh, okay. Game, you gotta just let my heart have a break here for a minute, man. Please make sure don't die. After her mom had stabbed me, I was lying on the ground with my head on her lap. Even now, I still remembered how hot her tears had felt.
Arimura.
Frickin'. It's probably because I just am not internalizing the dates. It's just like, that's a date, cool, whatever. My consciousness gradually began to fade. Arimura, I... And then in the corner of my eye, I saw her. It was Arimura's mother. Thought she'd left, but she had... Oh. All sanity was gone from her eyes. I saw a sharp flash as she raised her hand high above Arimura's head. The emotional graph of the past 2 minutes is insane. Game, stop it. With all the strength I had, I pushed Arimura down and covered her with my body. A burning pain ran down my back. Again and again. Maybe the ending we saw was the dream. Again and again and again. Because you don't get up from that many stab wounds. You can get up from a stab wound depending on placement, I assume. But somebody stabs you multiple times on the back, you're not getting up. Pain. Screams. Mad laughter. A horn. A sound of a train. Light and shadow. Get both the good and the bad ends, apparently. By that time I didn't even know what was going on. Oh, so yeah, it would just show this and cut out the happy moment time, I guess. All I knew was the sound of something hitting the ground. I don't know, we're gonna get it in a few minutes anyway. You know, for somebody who's only in this game vocally for like 10 lines of dialogue, they got somebody with a good crazy laugh. The sound of dragging feet and... Miyashiro, Miyashiro. Arimura sobs. I tried to speak, but I felt unbelievably weak. When I finally did, my voice was barely a whisper. But I still used all the strength I had. I had to tell her. I had to tell Arimura. Yeah. Arimura. The sprite, yeah. Not animated, but still there. It had 2 different phases. It's fine. I'm sorry. Doesn't matter. You don't have to talk. But if I don't tell you now, I won't get the chance. No, I don't want to hear it. I think I love to. Really? Yeah, I know. You're telling the truth. I'm glad. Freaking. No, come on, Miyashiro. Don't lie to me like that. After the stabbing, Megumi Arimura was found with a police officer walking down the street, covered in blood. But unfortunately, she's lost her mind. I'm told we can't get anything out of her. And what about the 2 of them? You're aware that Hine Arimura and Takeru Miyashiro both vanished from the scene, yes? Shinjo took their silence as a yes and continued. For some reason, despite our best efforts, the police were unable to find them. That is until yesterday. The 2 of them had gone into hiding in a sealed basement beneath AH Tokyo General Hospital. The place had been locked up. The place had been locked up tight. There was no way anyone could find us there. In fact, we'd stayed down there for almost 3 weeks. But the 2 of them are safe, right? Well, about the 2 of them. Kunasato picked up where Shinjo hesitated. She had already heard, it seemed. Hine Arimura is presently being held at the hospital. When she was found, she was holding Takeru Miyashiro in her arms. But it had been 2 weeks since the time of death, and the body had already rotted and partially calcified. Parts of the body, I'm told, were missing as well. I could see them all gasp. And Hine Arimura was holding its corpse closely and continuously talking to it. So much for the happy ending! So much for the happy ending! So much. Cool. That's right. I died right after that. It was understandable, given how many times I've been stabbed. And the next thing I knew, I was in that hospital. My body was there, unmoving, and Arimura was holding me. Thanks, Chaos. Yeah. I didn't know Arimura had gotten it. I didn't know how Arimura had gotten it down there, but she probably helped her. So much for the good ending. Arimura was talking to me happily. Miyashiro, I have a request. She seemed to think she was at school. She kept saying the same thing over and over again. I was sure she was hearing my voice as well. No, not just me. Sarika was there, and Kurisu, and Ito, and Kazuki. What she was seeing was... What Hina's seeing isn't the real world. Man, you had me going till the credits came. You had me going. You were gonna say, nope. That's Sarika for you. She knew exactly what I wanted to say. Yeah, that was the real world. It was the real world that she wanted. And she could hear them. Voices without lies. And I knew, now that I was a part of her. Sarika softly touched Kurisu's hand. Don't make that face. I'm sure Takeru had a good time too. Right, Taku? I'm right, aren't I? Okay, game. What? 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 Game? That's not fair. That's not fair. Everyone looked out the window and up at the sky. How strange. I'm right here. But what Sarika said was right. This was for the best. My voice couldn't reach her anymore. But she had the world she wanted. She had attained a world of truth, and she was still whispering in that empty room. Thank you, Miyashiro. Man, a freaking bad end disguised as a good end, dark sky end, true world. Holy crap. So, Okay, so Miyashiro's died. He died. He died. That was a corpse. Beats were missing. But he was around and narrating, and Sarika could see him. She could see him. Or read his thoughts still. So there's a canonical afterlife. There's a canonical afterlife here. Ghosts are real. Oh, that was a root. Oh, that was a root and a half. Alright, so we're going to pick up Hine chapter. This should be the beginning of it. So what we have to do is just go through, fast forward, and just get all the negative delusions, which we both want to do for the trophy for seeing all delusions, and because it actually gets fourth wall, maybe? I don't know. I have so many questions too, but we're going to get some bad delusions. Maybe? I don't know. I have no good answer. We only have questions. Only questions here. By now, would we have seen a delusion, though? I hope we didn't skip a delusion. I know we made a save file in this chapter, but I don't know if we made one before. We started at the firefight. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I couldn't remember exactly where we started, but cool. So we're just going to fast forward to do negative delusions, see the slightly different ending. M. Night can't play this game. Too many twists. Whew, now we get to see all the depression times. Some of them are really curious about how they're going to go. Wait, this was just like... Alright. Actually, there was a whole special on it, wasn't there? It was the July 1999 issue, I think. Oh, this was the... You can pin someone down and they'll just be like, That bratty little girl a year or two younger than you was actually just waiting for you to make a forceful move. A forceful move. That meant... Oh, so this is going to play it the same way, but in the first one she was into it, and this one she's not going to be, right? That's right. I'm actually responsible for everything that happened. Yeah. Huh? Everything? I mean everything, including that woman back there. What? Then you were the one who told her to attack us, but why? To bring you here, of course. I grabbed her by the wrist and pinned her to the bed. The last, 5 minutes of this hecking ending was just the single most roller coaster of emotions I think that's happened in this entire game. We've had some big emotional moments. We had that one scene that broke potions for good reasons. We've had big moments, but this was the first time it's, straight up and down like that. Oh, this is real. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, no, it's not. Question reality. Arimura to me in surprise. Huh? And laughed? Why was she laughing? Oh no, I'm glad this isn't going the way I foretold, because that would be very awkward.
Arimura?
Arimura? The front of a rocket straight to several trampoline brick walls. Yeah, absolutely. But what's so funny? How could I not laugh? You set it up, you brought me here? Wow, that's just hilarious. I also like how in his delusions he forgets that she can tell the truth and just lies. Arimura stood and put her fingers up to her jaw. And then, with a strange crackling sound, she started to rip off her... Oh, never mind. Started to rip off her own face. She's gone crazy. I screamed in panic. Yeah. She ripped off her own skin, and I could see the muscle and bone beneath. Please don't CG this game. Please don't CG this game. Please don't CG this game. Just saying. No, wait. Instead I saw... You're... Yeah, sure, okay. I found you. It was that woman from before. How could you run away? That's so mean. Her eyes glistened with madness as she got closer to me. This is a joke, right? Why? I love how many of these delusions have absolutely been so wrong versus what I expect them to be. We see the positive, I'm like, oh, obviously the negative's just going to be that, but she doesn't like it. No, not even close. Nowhere near close. You know why? To burn you to ash. She slowly raised her hand, and then the first burst came forth. I also love the elephant background, because, subtlety. Oh, jeez. That's new. That's new, right? Oh boy. It was so hot. I felt like I was going to vomit from the stench of burning hair and skin. I opened my mouth to breathe, and a wave of fire ran down my throat. More, writhe, suffer. This is my pain. This is my joy. Please, please, no.
何がですか？
Cool. No what? Huh?
だから
I said,
何
no
を許し
what?
てほしいんですか？
So that does confirm, since she can't read minds, that he does just sometimes talk at the end of these. 100% he straight up does just lose himself in the delusion sometime. Arim was looking at me in confusion. Oh, no, nothing. Well, whatever. Mind getting off me? Or else I'll...
ごめん
Ah, sorry! Whew, boy. This heckin' game, man. I've never been just yanked around by an ending as much as that. I've had endings that probably had more emotional impact, but man, I don't think I've ever been just yanked around like that before. I don't even know. I can't even guess where this one's gonna go. I got nothing. I got nothing. I got no predictions. Everything I've predicted has been wrong, but I don't even have any ideas.
Gee.
Stare. I suddenly realized that Sarika was staring at me. It helps that she said stare.
なんだよ
What?
タク、
You're
また
thinking of
何か
something
良くないこと
naughty
を
again,
考
aren't
え
you,
てるでしょ
Taku? How did you know? Shit.
何
What are you talking about? I'm not...
別に
嘘です。
That's a
ば
lie.
っちり
You
考
were,
え
weren't
て
you?
ましたね。
Shit! That's right, Arimura's here.
どうせま
You
た
were
変
probably
なこ
thinking
と
about
考
something
えてたんでしょ
perverted again, weren't you?
そ
You gotta, that's all you can do. I was not.
それも嘘んこ。
That's another lie, so he
というこ
definitely
とは
was.
つまりエッチなことを
This is
考え
going
ていた
nowhere.
ということです。
No, this was going somewhere, it's just not going well for you. I was just digging myself into a deeper hole. But if I answered by shaking my head, I'd be basically admitting it. Hine Arimura's power made for a formidable foe.
さてと。
So, what shall we do,
どうす
Hina?
る？
Huh?
どう
What do
す
you
るっ
mean?
て
I think
やっ
perfects
ぱ
do
エ
need
ッ
to
チ
be
な人には
punished.
お仕置き。
お仕置き
Punished. Depending on what they had in mind, that might actually be a good thing. Nah, it's a negative
どういう
delusion.
の
It's
がいい
not
か
good.
な？
Got any good ideas? I want something that will stop him from ever getting thoughts like that again.
そうさな。
That's right. Why not blind him?
は
Huh?
はあ
Oh, I like that. If he can't see anything, he won't be able to think anything naughty again. That's flawed logic, but...
ちょっと待て
Wait a second. That's going a little too far. Just because I thought...
そんなこと
Don't worry, Taku. It won't hurt. Arimura's like, that's a lie.
いやそういうも
No,
んだ
that's not the issue.
先輩。
Me sure. No, no. This is Ito. Yeah, if Ito was here, he'd be like, yes, blind me, please. Right? Couldn't I just use my power to distract them somehow? If I could knock and move something or destroy it, they'd turn their attention towards that. Then I could run.
よし
Okay. I concentrated for a moment, and then when the D-sword appeared, I focused on it. Now I could... Suddenly, Arimura's face contorted with pain. Hina? It hurts.
どうしたの？
What's wrong, Hina? Arimura screamed as she writhed in pain, clutching her right arm. It wasn't an act, it was a real scream. I could see red blood falling down from the end of her arm, forming a puddle in the ground. Arimura screamed even louder, and in the next moment... it exploded. Arimura's right hand swelled up like a fruit with a firecracker in it and then exploded from inside. The tiny fragments of flesh splattered across the windows, the walls, and my face too. This seems the logical solution. Delusions are... Arimura fell to the floor, holding her hand. What is this? Did you do this, Taku? No! You're lying. I could hear her moaning on the cold floor.
先輩
It was you, Miyashiro. No, I didn't mean to. No, he didn't mean to. Alright, well that was a delusion.
ねえねえセリ
Hey, hey, Sari, what's gotten into Miyashiro?
気にしないで
Don't worry about him, he's always like that. That was a delusion, yeah. There's no way I could have predicted that. None at all. Not a single, part of that. Never. Circa's happy about that one. Yep, Well, I mean, I don't think people's body parts exploding bother her. Nor blood or gore. She's probably smiling at he still thinks I'm that person. Alright, another...
宮代先輩
So why did they come to the
先
room?
輩を
To eat you.
食べるためですよ
Cool. Huh? Suddenly, Arimura's expression changed. No, it wasn't just her expression, her voice, her whole personality.
Tasty.
What's wrong? What happened, Arimura? What are you talking about, Meishiro? Did you not notice? You're the only living person in this school.
気づいて
What's she
なか
talking
ったん
about?
ですか
I was the only living person in the
今
school.
この学校
That's
で生きているの
impossible.
は宮代先輩だ
Taku. We got the horror one.
忘れたよ
I'm hungry. It's just zombie school?
隠れの柔らかい腹
Let me eat your soft guts. I like the zombie voices. Yeah, we get the zombie girlfriends.
おのえ
Anyway, Kurusu? What's gotten into you guys? It was only then that I realized that every person in the classroom was looking at me. No, it was VA. Yeah. No, they weren't people any longer. Their skin was the color of clay and hanging off their bodies. There was no life in their clouded eyes. To be fair, let's be honest. I would 100% believe it if Taku just simply never noticed that everybody else was a zombie. I would legitimately believe that. Oh, you wrong sliders, all moving slowly in the hallways and shuffling around and having bits of you drop off. Ugh. There's no life in their clouded eyes. Some of them didn't even have eyes. Something white was dripping out of one of their empty sockets. When I fell to the floor, it wriggled. Yeah, I'm glad some of these clear that the voice actors have a good time. It was maggots. Maggots had fallen out of their eye sockets and landed on the floor. Zombies are all wrong-siders. One took a step or two forward, and even that small impact was enough for his arm to snap off and fall to the floor. But the living dead don't care. Slowly, one step at a time, they got closer to me. That's the one for tonight. Yep. That's going to Twitter. That's a perfect, non-spoiler, look at the shenanigans that have been going on screenshot. Some of them were dragging something rope-like behind them. Looked closer and saw that it was their intestines. They were dragging their guts along the floor as they walked. I was surrounded by an army of corpses. That sounded too juicy for him to not have something in his mouth when he did that. The stench was enough to make me vomit on the spot. Very moe looking girl show. Zombie survival. Oh, yes, I know which one you're talking about, but I forget the name. It's super moe, and it's just a slice of life anime until the end of the episode you see that they are the only ones alive in the school, and that's just their delusions of what's happening as the school is barricaded against zombies. They're just trapped in that delusion of everything's okay. I don't remember the name of it. It's School Live or something like that. I saw the first episode, and even though that's a gripping premise, I still somehow didn't end up watching more because I think we saw it at a con. Yeah. That... If the rest of that show could keep up even half the intrigue of that first episode, I'm sure it was great, but I'd never ended up watching more. He looked up and saw that Arimura and Kurusu were staring down at me with lifeless eyes.
先輩
I shoved my hands forward and felt something slippery on my palm. My hands had broken the skin on Arimura's arm, revealing the yellow fat and rotting flesh beneath. Arimura stared at her ripped arm and slowly laughed.
くすぐったい
That tickles me, Shiro. She opened her mouth wide and went for my neck. Oh, yeah, that was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one for just the no-no line alone. Was it this one? No. Oh, where's one?
た
No.
タクルの柔らかい腹渡
No.
食べさせて
No, that wasn't going to happen.
先輩
Hey, Shiro, are you listening? Huh? Oh, yeah, I was asking what you're doing here. Yeah, again, I only saw that first episode, but the premise was intriguing. We got distracted because we were at a con, we were watching other stuff, and I guess I just never went back to it. But it's a hell of an episode 1, like, it's done really well. Is this the date by now? Yes, this is the date, okay.
そうだな。
So the positive one was popcorn, which is why I started with Jacko's theme, Pop It Like Popcorn. Yeah, see, I was thinking about that. I thought, but now we got whatever the downside is. Huh, okay. Didn't know that. Pretty cool. You need to decide on someplace appropriate for a date. A normal is capable of making decisions when he needs to. Apparently he's not. Can you wait a second? I think there's another place around here. Yes, here it is. I'm sorry, we're very crowded right now. There's a 2-hour wait. Not good. I'd gone around to 6 places and had no luck at any of them. I was exhausted from walking and I could tell that Arimura's patience was reaching its limit.
もういいよ
Forget it. Huh?
もういい
I said forget it.
有村
な
Arimura,
んなんだよ
what's with you? You keep making me walk around all these different places. I know you're not used to this, but still, think about what it's like for me.
待て
Wait, next time.
次なんかねえよ
There's no next time. I'm going home. Seriously, I'm done with this crap.
お前みたいなの
You're never going to be able to pull off a date in your life,
この
virgin.
童貞野郎
Wow. Virgin? Arimura looked at me the same way you might look at a pile of garbage, and left without looking back. I could feel the stares of the other people on the street.
ね
Hey, she said he's a virgin.
えこじらせちゃったって
What?
や
Did he
つ
screw up the date? Poor guy.
おめえ相手して
Why
やる
don't you
から
go date him? No way, no way, no way, never! Wow. Almost feel bad for him in this one. Almost. Damn it. The more I thought about it, the more upset I got. She didn't need to be like that just because all the restaurants were full. And how dare she call me The time is now midnight, October 19th, 2015. Welcome everyone. This is Kay. Oh man, I hope Kay covers the date. Shibuya news had begun. It felt like it had been a long time since I heard Kay's voice. Still couldn't believe this calm, quiet voice belonged to Kunosada. I'm speaking to you tonight to tell you about a tragic incident that occurred at Shibuya yesterday. School life. Okay, cool. Thank you. Incident? Was there a new murder? A little after 1 p.m. yesterday on the 18th, in downtown Shibuya, a third-year student at Hekiho Academy named Takeru Miyashiro failed to properly escort a lady. Huh? What is she? The cause is believed to be that Takeru Miyashiro is a virgin. The police are putting their full efforts into... What was she talking about? Was that really newsworthy? Did she have to use the internet to tell the whole world?
なんだ
Huh? Suddenly I realized that there was a lot of noise coming from outside my room. Suddenly there was a bright light. Yes, we have. We got the ending, which was a ride. But to get the bad ending for this route, and because we want to get all the delusions, we're backtracking for that. It was the light of a flashlight. Dozens of flashlights were illuminating my room. No, that wasn't it. There's a huge crowd outside the RV. Hey, is this the place? Hey, don't push. It's dangerous. But I can't see from here. Yeah, yes, correct. What was that, a rock? Hey, you're in there, right? Come out. Come on, get out of here. Or get out here. Why? I didn't just pick the right place to... I just didn't pick the right place to go on my date. So why? Why? Hmm. Well, it seems like this will be bad. That's stupid. That's impossible. It just won't get the full picture, I guess, is the way this is bad. I don't know. Yeah, then she gets pushed. Did we have any more delusions after that? I feel like after that it was kind of just story, right? Maybe we had one more. I feel like after that we just hit story. No, we had this one. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I started to feel awkward, but it wasn't a bad awkward. It wasn't that bad at all. It was kind of nice. Your injury. Who? How could I forget this one? How could I forget this one? You said it wasn't anything bad. Was that true? Alright, it's fine, see? Arimura lifted up her skirt to show me. Who? This... I went to take a closer look, and the next moment... a vine reached out from under her skirt and wrapped around me. What's going on? You fell for it, Takaru Miyashiro. You're... I am Ohina, the last surviving Konoichi of the Hazakura ninja army you destroyed. I've been waiting for the hour of my revenge. The Hazakura ninja army? So you sealed your own memories to forget, huh? That must have been nice. I forgot. Oh, Sora, did you see the positive version of this? Because that was a delusion. Suddenly there was a splitting pain in my head and I saw a strange vision. An old mountain village, rising smoke, falling men and women. And a laughing man. Me. What was this? Do you remember now? Those are your memories. You destroyed our village all by yourself. And now is the time for me to have my revenge. I mean, sometimes they do, but not always. This is... Yeah... Arimura's body suddenly went blurry before splitting into several copies. Hazakura ninja magic clone technique. Now, which is the real me? Can you tell? Vines sprang forth from all directions and wrapped around my neck. And then... Shadow Clone Jutsu, Double Team Spammer, same thing. Bubbles appeared from underneath her skirt. Impossible! That technique is... Everything that these bubbles touch melts away. But using it costs the wielder their life! I will gladly die to wreak my vengeance upon you, Takaru Miyashiro. Farewell! Did they just speedrun a Naruto arc? Did they just speedrun a Naruto arc? No, no one says wreak my vengeance anymore. What kind of old movie was that supposed to be? Nobody liked that stuff these days. When I came back to my senses, I was looking straight at Arimura's healthy thighs. Yep. That's when it actually came from an actual movie. Did it? Oh, man. Just a kamikaze? So he wouldn't know which direction the attack was coming from. That's my best guess, but that's the only thing I can think of. Just to cram more ninja references in. Hero needs double team? Clearly. Gotta be able to just shadow clone. It's OP. Super OP. Shadow Clone Jutsu is OP for the stupidest reason. It's not because you can make tons of clones of yourself. It's OP because everything those clones learn, do, or anything goes back to the original person afterwards. So you could do Shadow Clone Jutsu, have them all study up on different subjects, and you'd learn all that. You could use Shadow Clone Jutsu, have them all work out, and you'd gain the benefit of all of those workouts. It's a broken ability. It's very dumb, but that's okay. Powers in a shonen anime don't have to be not dumb. It's fine. I'd argue they're almost better when they're dumb. Just gonna let it keep going. Some sound effects, you know, it's fine. I wonder if we'll even have any new dialogue, or if it'll just cut around the scene and just give me a trophy. I kind of expected to just give us a trophy. Rasengan, yeah. I never finished Naruto, but I got a long ways into it. Yeah, I think we just... Yeah, we don't even get a trophy for that? Oh, come on. It just doesn't show us the other scenes. There was nothing new there, literally. There's not a single new line of dialogue. What are we at here? Oh man, we get her picture there too. Alright, let's start moving on to the next one. I think we made a save point for it, if I recall. All positive delusions, initial decisions, but do not choose positive delusion. Working A and Taku are preparing for the Cultural Festival in Chapter 3, which I believe we made a locked save file for specifically for this. If I was a smart person. School Festival, Chapter 3. So I guess if we go negative here, we don't get her route. This route has a map trigger section which must be correctly completed to finish a chapter, and I think the bad ending is just... Yeah, choose any of the wrong answers during the map trigger section. That's how we get the bad end. So when we get there, we'll save. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's the only bad end for this route, apparently. Alright, so we just pick negative here, and we should be on the route. Think. And this one we've seen before. Yeah, it was a good one, to be fair. The entire squad just dunks on him for Cool Cat Press. That was a good one. I still don't think it's up there with the Elephant, the Excalibur, and Spark Wars, but it's pretty high up there. It shouldn't matter what we do after this. It doesn't specify anything. It doesn't specify... Oh no, it still does say all positive and additional delusions. So I'm still going to stick to the positive for now. Just in case. If there's any more, I'll stick to positive. So we still go to the school, yeah. I don't know when it'll split, but I'm sure we'll see. Yeah, we're still seeing this scene. I don't know how deep we'll be able to get into whatever the next ending is, just because it's already late, but... But we'll do what we can. Stick to positive here. Yeah, we've seen this one a few times. Additional, yeah. Oh, hold on. Of course that would be the name of the heckin'... Of course that would be the name of the trophy. Well, we know whose ending we got, or we're getting. Of course that's the hecking trophy name. It's time. I'm excited. Or apprehensive. Equally both. Yeah. So she definitely has a route, and we're on it. So, good. I hope it's less than the last one. This is 4, so this is still stuff we've seen. So just gonna let it keep going. Yeah, she has a route. This is it. The path we are on. I am so curious about her. We know so... She is absolutely the character we know the least about, barring maybe their advisor. She is the person... We know more about Arimura's mom than we know about Kazuki. We know she doesn't talk much, she likes MMOs and snacks, and is a gigalomaniac who can, in some variety of way, make people see things. That's it. That's it. For a character that is with us so often, that's it. Oh, should we go straight for the bad ending first? Oh no, this was the other... Okay, we'd already done this one. Gotcha. Map trigger sections must be completed correctly. I assume that's the later one. This was a bad end we had already gotten. So I'm just going to go with it. Because we're not in her chapter yet. Oh, absolutely she's going to have a root. There's no way she doesn't. I'd say there's no way she doesn't have a root. Maybe we'll finally find out some of the... She's always just got secrets. Trigger on. Yep, that one. Yep. That's the Endwalker one. Thanks, Sor. Always, Sor. Thank you. Yeah, as do I. I agree. Which is weird, because as little as we know about Kazuki, we now know more about Kazuki's power than Nono's. Which is weird. Like, sorry, you're promoting Endwalker. I mean, for good reason, mind you. Endwalker's a good thing to promote. Everybody should play Endwalker. I kind of wish this had the skip to the change part that that robotics notes had, but like, I'll live. It fast forwards so much quicker that I don't even really care. I feel like this is the fastest fast forward game we've played, and like that helps a lot. I'm good at the job feeling. I mean, different levels of different stuff. Like, you can be good at level 50, and then you just learn more stuff as you keep going. Yeah, it's weird, but it's not, yeah. So easy to think you're good. I mean, you are good at level 50. You just, things get harder as you level up. That's how it's always been. Things always get harder, and there's more layers to them as you go forward in levels. In any game with decent scaling whatsoever. I suppose there's some games where it doesn't work that way, but like... See, I love when I do like a... It's been so long since I've done a leveling roulette as Scholar, but man, getting like a low-level dungeon and literally never having to hit a heal because the fairy does it all is kind of great. You obviously can't do that later, but man, those like first 5 or 6 dungeons, just like, yep, I could literally just follow the tank and AFK and we would clear this, is pretty great. I just spend the time blasting things with damage, so it's fine, but like... yeah, we'll keep it positive, because I think we have to. Gas mirrors. Oh, I am sure. Also, hey, Potions, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. We finished the ending we were on, and now we're starting the path to another. I can only imagine. I mean, clearly you already saw peak happy chaos mirrors when it was me and Grim just sweeping the lake. That was the best thing. Yeah. You missed stuff. Yeah. That ending has only raised drastically more questions. Combo breaker and all. Oh yeah, whatever. The worst healer ever. There's so many. I'm not. Maybe, yeah. Many questions. I'm not a great healer, but I at least manage. Manage. But that's in normal content, so who knows. Oh, questions, yeah. Yeah. So if you end up watching that ending, Potions, we have definitely had way more shocking moments in these games, for sure. For sure. But... Oh, that was yesterday, yeah. I figured they're here every night, like, all the time. Like, may as well toss a gem their way. But yeah, we've definitely had bigger, shockinger moments, but I've never had any segment of any of these games just yank me emotionally up and down so hard. We've had higher highs, we've had lower lows, but I've never had anything just yank me between the two so quickly. 3 gems when you nuked them. Yes, true. Ramen dropped a nuke, and I added a gem on top of the pile. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened, yeah. There's just a pile of ashes there, and I just placed a little chaos emerald on top of it. Mm-hmm. The gem marks are great. We have so many more oofs now. Who knew that the oof command was going to end up being... I still don't think it beats some of our other ones in terms of things it can pull from. Like the roar command is massive in terms of what it can pull from. But oof is growing. Oof is definitely growing. And most of them are Takaru now. One of them's Arimura, one of them's Okabe. That's how we got it. Best blue ever? I don't know. This would be the chapter then. Yeah, so this seems to be the point where things split. It was nighttime. Oh, let me just save here. I don't think matters, but it's one of those that... There's the Arimura. It was nighttime, but for some reason the back gate was open. I went in from there. It's so powerful. I've been so desperate to get away. That was her vibrating too, right? I can't believe they have that GIF on Discord. Just Arimura vibrating. I've been so desperate to get away that I hadn't even realized where I was. Maybe I'd come this way so many times that I just follow the path unconsciously. The lights are still on in the teacher's office and a few of the special classrooms. It was late, but someone might still be cleaning up after the culture festival. At some point, I'd gotten separated from Arimura. That worried me. I imagined her screaming as she was burnt by a pillar of flame and almost threw up. No, that's overthinking things. It was impossible. It couldn't happen. Why were we attacked anyway? Was that woman after me or Arimura? Somebody tell me. My throat was parched. I hadn't even been running that long. It hurt to breathe. My strength was at its limits. The one thing I could be thankful for was that the horrible sensation caused by the sumo stickers was gone. For now, I decided to just head to the clubroom. It wasn't necessarily safe, but at least I at least wanted to catch my breath. And maybe Arimura would be there too. The door was unlocked and the lights were on. I quickly ran inside.
Arimura!
Excuse me. I staggered inside and collapsed on the table. I wanted water. No matter how much I tried to breathe, my lungs demanded more oxygen. The room filled with the sound of me gasping for air. So far they do. I don't know if it's going to continue that way, but at least for now, yeah, they do. Nobody responded. Was Arimura not here after all? And why were the lights on? My throat was so dry that I choked when I tried to speak. I curled into a ball and spat phlegm out from my mouth. Only then was I able to raise my head and look around the room. Of course, who else would be here? Oh, Kazuki was there. She was standing in the corner of the room, looking at me with wide eyes. I still can't believe she spoke in the previous route. I figured she'd only speak in her own route, because I just assumed she had a route. I was wrong? Oh, so you're the one in the room. That would explain why I thought no one was here. What was Kazuki doing here this hour? Playing ESO 2! Had she come here after I left for home this afternoon? I thought about asking her, but before I could, I saw the computer monitor. It was displaying the same game screen as always. Yeah, she was playing a game? How could she be playing a game when I was almost killed by that woman? I know we had this conversation last route, Taku, but you understand that things happen to people that don't involve you, right? Including not psychically knowing ahead of time what's going to happen to you, unless you're Serika. We good? We good. Hey, I choked again. I could only speak in a hoarse whisper. She must have noticed how out of breath I was, because she offered me a bottle of mineral water. If the cap was off, did that mean she'd been drinking from it? Indirect kisu. I wondered for a moment if it was okay to drink, but I wasn't in a position to be choosy. No, you're not. You're going to choke to death. I snatched the bottle out of her hands and poured its contents down my throat. Yeah, he rudely interrupted her gaming time, and she's still just like, wow, you look like you're in bad shape. Here, have some water. She's the hero of this route already. I drank so fast that some of the water had gone down the wrong pipe, and I started to cough violently. God, I hate when that happens. Happens too frequently for me. I hate it, but I still felt a lot better than before. Thanks. I collapsed to the ground, unable to say another word. Once I'd calmed down, the terror from before came back, and my body started to shake. I needed to hide somewhere. I couldn't be sure that this place was safe, and if it wasn't, Kazuki would be in danger. Kazuki seemed confused by my behavior. Did she want to ask what was going on? Human body is super weird like that, yeah, I agree. Didn't think she cared about anyone else, but maybe she was nicer than I thought. She'd come to check on me with the others over the afternoon, after all. The fact that, like, it is so absolutely easy for something to go down, like, the fact that, like, food and water and air, things that clearly shouldn't be mixing in those areas, it's so conveniently easy. Like, that's such a biology, why? It's a dumb idea to even allow the chance for shit to fall down the wrong pipe, yeah. Yep. Evolution is weird, yo. Biology is weird, yo. It's like, does it work? Cool. It just works. It's fine. I don't feel like I had time to explain. First, I had to get somewhere safe. Safer than here? What? That sound. You heard a sound, right? It was an eerie sound, like something had exploded. You never hear that sound as part of your everyday life, but sometimes you'd hear it in fiction, like in movies or TV shows. But where did it come from? I felt like it was far away, but it was hard to tell. I stood up and opened the window to look out. Huh? A car parked near the front entrance had exploded. Oh, so maybe she followed him. Black smoke was rising, and the flames were illuminating the surroundings. Maybe he's not safe here. A teacher had run out of the office and was yelling for someone to call the fire truck. That's a power move to announce your presence like that. It's her. It's that woman. It was too dark to see from here. But I knew it. She was after me. Did that mean I was her target? Why me?
あなた殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
Was it because I was a psychic? Shit. I have to get out of here. As I went to leave the room, my gaze met Kazuki's. I didn't have time to explain. Kazuki, just get out of here. Go home. Be as quiet as you can. But the gate, that's right. Don't go out the front gate. Secret 13th student. Oh, it's gotta be at this rate. It's probably just somebody who made a quick mistake when, like, the final copy of the game was going out and just, like, forgot to, like, reactivate subtitles on that or something. It's probably just some minor little mistake. But, like, I mean, as long as it was subtitled the first time, it's fine. It can be just a joke. If they had left that unsubtitled the original time, that would have been an actual issue. That was all I had time to say before I fled into the hallway. How many people were still here in the school building? I'd heard what sounded like a teacher's voice down below. At times like this, a wrong-sider could do nothing but panic. In fact, they also did stupid things that put them into even more danger. Wait, wasn't that what I was doing right now? He's so close to realizing the truth. He's just so close so many times. Felt like laughing for some reason. I just prayed that she wouldn't hurt anyone else. All I could do was pray and run. You know, like panic. There was no sign of her in the hallway. I needed to head out of the main building and escape out the back. Again? I heard another distant explosion and felt what might have been the building shaking. The glass was vibrating. You're kidding me. Kazuki ran out of the room too. She was trying to follow me. But wait, why are you following me? Why was she following me? That woman was after me. She'd be in danger. You didn't tell her that. But Kazuki ignored my warnings and shook her head frantically back and forth, as if she was about to cry. Damn it, let's just get out of the school. I yelled, more for my own sake than Kazuki's, and started to run down the hallway. We crossed the connecting hallway to the main building. In the distance, I could hear someone yelling for people to get to a safe place. The area around the school was in chaos. Must have been the people who lived in the neighborhood. Why would she attract so much attention? Wasn't she trying to kill me? Even if she did manage to kill me, did she think she could escape with all these people around? What the hell's going on? Why was that woman trying to kill me anyway? Was she the one behind the murders? Or was she just a psychopath who was setting things on fire at random? If she was, then what the hell? I bit my lip and ran down the dark hallway. If it was this dark, it wouldn't be easy for her to find me. All I had to do was get to the bottom of the stairs, at the other side of the building, then I'd go right past the library, then the track, then I'd reach the rear entrance. Location for the truth, clearly. If I could make it out of the school while she was setting fire to cars at the front gate, I could escape. Kazuki, hurry! Kazuki tried her best to keep up with me. It's a documented fact that Scully, the character of X-Files, was responsible for more women going into like forensics and scientists and those types of jobs. Like, it's a documented, they call it the Scully effect. So many people loved her character and saw a woman being badass and smart on television and actually went into those careers, and it's really cool. And like, I can imagine, I forget the actress's name, I can imagine her being like, damn, I had that effect? Like, oh damn. I sadly never super got into the X-Files. By the time I started getting into those type of shows, it was on reruns, and I'd catch some of them, and I liked what I saw, but I've never like watched it through. I never really like followed the plot threads. I just would enjoy like random episodes. Kazuki tried her best to keep up with me. It's definitely a show I would like and should sit down to watch, though. To be honest, she was slowing me down, but I was the one who'd run into the club room. Part of me thought that it was my fault for getting her involved. I mean, it is, so I had no choice but to wait for her. I waited for her to catch up to me and started to dash down the stairs. But then, underlying plot with all the stuff going on, I like the plot. Yeah, like I knew there was, because I'd catch little bits and pieces of it, but all the like rerun episodes were always just randomly picked and out of order, and like I wouldn't be able to watch them every day because it'd be like after school or something. So I've seen maybe a dozen episodes, and I liked what I've seen, but I definitely didn't see them like straight through. This time I heard an explosion coming from the track outside. I could see crimson flames rising outside the dark window. You're kidding me. She got there first? The real secret is she's on top of the school. Excuse me. Raining down fire all around to keep them guessing. Damn it, let's head back. We stopped at the second floor and started to run back to this main gate. First she burned the cards outside the gate, then she headed for the rear. It was unlikely she'd head back to the front gate that quickly. Kazuki was running out of breath. So was I, honestly. I was exhausted, and I hadn't even been running that long, but I didn't have time to rest. We ran past the cafeteria, then went down to the entrance on the first floor. The entrance was always open during the day, but now all the doors were closed and locked. They were the kind that you needed a key to open, no matter which side you were on. Should I break a window? Like he's strong enough to break a window. Looked outside for, especially, totally out of breath. Looked outside for a moment and was astonished by what I saw. No. The gate was sealed with burning cars. When I'd seen it from the room, there weren't any cars there. Had she moved them there to block the gate? Did she move burning cars all by herself? It was crazy. I could see a crowd gathering around the burning cars too. If I tried to force my way through, that woman would come back. Just thinking about it terrified me. That psychopath wouldn't even think twice before killing them all. No, I can't do it. I couldn't leave by the main gate. It would be far too dangerous to try and avoid her flames as I made my way through the crowd. But then where can we run? Kazuki flinched when I yelled. Sorry, I wasn't yelling at you. Where? Where could we go? Should I head back out the rear entrance? Hell no. She was just out there. I'd probably run right into her. Calm down, think. That's what thinking sounds like. As I stood there, I could feel the fear crawling up my body. I came to the school every day, but it still felt like I'd never been here before. Every shadow seemed like it might hide some danger. Well, you've never been to the school in the dark. I mean, I guess they stayed in the room that one time, but whatever. I was overcome with the idea that she might appear at any moment, and I couldn't move a muscle. In my head, I knew that it'd be easy to find me where I was, and that I needed to move. I couldn't. It felt like my mind had been separated from my body. This was not good. I might die here. Kazuki tugged lightly on my sleeve. And then I got a hold of myself again. My body was shaking, but I was barely able to move. But let's go. We just needed to hide somewhere. I ended up coming to my own classroom. She'd never think to look for you there. I closed the doors and crouched by the windows, using the desk to block myself from sight. Kazuki was looking at me, concerned. Duck, she'll see you! Kazuki quickly ducked down under a desk. Now all we had to do was stay put and wait for the storm to pass. Listen for any noises outside. I became extremely sensitive to even the smallest sound. Even a tiny noise was enough to make me start shivering. I hadn't heard any explosions for a while. As I sat there, cradling my knees in my arms, I felt the urge to scream from terror. I bit my lip to stop myself from doing it. Maybe it would have been a better idea to keep running around the school? I was too defenseless here. I was hidden, sure, but if she found this place, I was finished. This was the 4th floor. I couldn't jump out the window. If she trapped me in here, I was done for. Maybe this was a bad choice. Maybe this was a bad choice. The fear kept building. I couldn't stay calm. I wanted to run. But even if I did get out of the school, how long would I have to keep running? When would she give up? Was there any guarantee that she ever would? Maybe she'd keep following me until I was dead. Like that immortal snail. What do I do? What do I do? I shuddered. I could hear the distant sound of heels. I could hear the faint sound of someone dragging their leg. Thought back to when Arimura and I had been attacked less than an hour ago. Was she dragging her leg? I couldn't remember. But I felt sure of it somehow. Those footsteps belonged to her. How did she get in then? Kazuki gasped. That meant I wasn't imagining the footsteps. And they were closer than I thought. She was on this floor. She was walking down the hallway. She was getting closer. I clutched myself tighter, but I couldn't stop shaking. Did she know I was here, or was it a coincidence? Should I stay here? Should I move? What if I ran out now, she'd find me for sure. But there was no guarantee she'd just walk by my classroom. Either way, I was screwed. I was doomed. I was going to be burnt to death. I panicked and moved over to Kazuki. I also like how it's just, oh, they're probably not even actually wooden desks. I was about to say he surrounded himself by flammable material, but they're probably like not wood. They're like plastic just painted to look like wood. A woman with pyrokinetic powers is going to attack us. She's after me. Kazuki's eyes went wide as she finally understood the situation, because he didn't spell it out at any point before this. I skipped the explanation about what pyrokinetic powers were because I figured she might know from her games. She's going to kill us both. Is there anything we can do? Anything, help me! She was close. She was almost on top of us. All I could do was crouch and hold my head in my hands. This whole situation was insane. I was going to be killed without even knowing why. Please help me. Someone, anyone help me. And then, I can do something maybe. This is where he's just like, what? Really loudly. You can talk? Huh? Maybe. Kazuki stood up and looked down at me, her face filled with uncertainty. Oh, cool. Alright, we finally get to see her D-sword. What was that grotesque thing she was holding in her hand? It's like a chain blade. Alright. It's like a chain blade, or like some sort of chainsaw. Pretty cool looking, actually. All the D-swords look cool. Look like some strange creature from the deep sea. Or perhaps a spine ripped out of a human body. Yeah, it does have spine vibes, too. It was solemn, grave, and sharp, rejecting everything around it, with a radiant beauty that drew everything around it inward. It shone with the light of a paradox. The one thing I knew for sure, somehow, was that it was a sword. Was this a D-sword? Did Kazuki have a D-sword, too? Hers would have to be cool. She's played too many games that have a lame design. Kazuki, did you talk? Sees her whip out a D-sword, and he's still just like, you talked! Wait, forget that. That sword! I was confused. So much was happening at once that I couldn't keep up. She's a botanist, clearly. I don't know. I didn't know what to ask first.
屋上
If we can get to the roof.
屋上
The roof? I wasn't sure what she was talking about or why she suddenly decided to start talking, but the footsteps were getting closer.
どうなるか
I don't know what will happen. I can't guarantee the result.
結果は
Maybe.
それでも
But if you're okay with that... So that was it. Kazuki was trying to save me. I stood up as silently as I could.
屋上に行けばいいん
So we
だ
headed for the roof, right? There was no time to think about it. Even if she couldn't guarantee what would happen, I didn't have any other choices. Fortunately, the woman had passed by our classroom and headed to another wing of the building. We were able to make it to the roof easily. The roof of Hekiho Academy was a garden. Of course, it was the first time I'd been here at night. Now wasn't the time for sightseeing, but I still gasped when I saw the view of Shibuya at night. Looked down over the fence and saw the front gate right below us. The cars were still burning and the crowd was getting bigger. The fire department was right nearby, but the fire trucks hadn't arrived yet. End of the final tournament in this patch? Heck yeah! Very cool. Was it a good tournament, I assume? What was she going to do here? Was she going to use that sword to fight? That'd be like something out of a manga or anime. I couldn't imagine her trying to fight with that thing. And if she wanted to fight, there was no need to come to the roof at all. She could have just ambushed the woman in the hallway. Was she trying to be chivalrous or something?
先
Or
輩
everyone to follow? Cool. Glad to hear. Miyashiro.
隠れてても
You
らっ
should
た方
hide,
が
maybe.
Do-
What are you going to do? Going to do the best I can. Kazuki glanced at me but didn't answer. Instead, she walked towards the fence. And then she grabbed onto the fence and took a deep breath. With no warning whatsoever, she screamed into the empty air.
はしご
Ladder!
防火扉
Fire shutter!
スプリンクラー
Sprinkler!
Huh?
The 1 second. Yeah. Sometimes it's that one brain cell. Huh? What's going on here?
屋上に牢屋
A prison on the roof.
土砂降りの雨で
A rainstorm putting out the fire. Was she stupid? If she yelled like that, the woman would hear us. Was she trying to turn me over to her?
校舎に再
Sleeping gas filling the whole building.
警察の機動部隊
Police mobile unit team, roll out.
消防
She
車で放
makes
水
things.
5台
Fire trucks with hoses. 5, no, 10.
待って
Wait.
待てって
I grabbed Kazuki by the shoulders and tried to make her stop. Dude, you're an idiot. But she knocked my hands away. Even in the darkness, I could see tears in her eyes.
黙って
Be quiet. The second she said the words, I felt a pressure in my chest like a cold hand gripping my heart. Oh. Yeah, she makes things, but she makes them when she says them. The things she says become true. Didn't I guess this a long way back? Didn't I guess this a ways back, like 3-4 streams ago? Maybe not exactly that, though. I think I had something close to it, but I don't know if I pegged it spot on. For some reason, I felt like I was being forced to fall silent. I wanted to speak, but I felt like I had to stay quiet. I vaguely dreaded that if I said something, I'd be erased from the entire world. I staggered away from Kazuki, unable to find the words to say anything. Was this why she told me to hide? Go with this power? Cool. AK-47, the name of a Soviet automatic rifle, first manufactured in 1949. It's legendary for its reliability and ease of use. And even now, well over a half-century later, there are many militaries which still use guns based off the AK-47. Used AK-47s, as well as illegally made copies, can be found all over the world, especially in the hands of paramilitary groups and terrorist organizations. M60, a machine gun first used by the American Army in the late 1950s. RPG, a portable recoilless anti-tank launcher developed by the Soviet Union. Many variants were developed and are still in use on the battlefield today. Since the warhead itself does not use a rocket propulsion, it's not considered a rocket launcher. How dare you say that, game? How dare you say that? Claymore! Officially named the M18 Claymore Mine, an anti-personnel mine developed by the Americans. It's placed on the ground, and when it detonates, huge numbers of metal balls fly at the target at high speed, dealing lethal damage. What was she yelling anyway? I didn't understand at all. And if I don't understand, then she's wrong. Tank! UAV! Short for Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. There are multiple types of UAVs, such as completely autonomous ones that fly in pre-programmed routes or attack pre-designated targets, as well as those that are controlled remotely by pilots on the ground. UAVs can be given a variety of missions, such as reconnaissance and bombing, or they could just show you the enemies on the map for a duration of time. I mean, just as an example of what a UAV might be able to do. She's calling it all of God, yeah. Attack helicopter! Oh, geez, yeah, she's got some score streaks saved up. Hot damn. Grenade! Sniper rifle! And then she suddenly fell silent. She was thinking about something. I should just forget about relying on her. I should get out of here now. It was safe to assume that Kazuki's shouting had attracted the woman's attention. Ultimate ice weapon! The power to control gravity! Kazuki started to scream again, oblivious to my fears. I couldn't take it anymore. I looked down over the fence. The crowd was looking up and pointing at Kazuki. I looked over at the other building too, but I couldn't see the woman from my current position. They just die! What? God Mode Sue. Internet slang for an extremely powerful protagonist character. A God Mode Sue character never loses a fight, and oftentimes never gets scratched. They are immortal, invincible, and often extremely boring to read about. Did she... Okay. Knight! Mage! Ninja! I wanted to tell her to run away with me, but after she told me to be quiet, I felt this strange pressure not to speak. Dragon! Oh, okay. Giant! Game Master. I just have to leave her. The woman was after me. Kazuki was probably safe here. I knew that was just foolish optimism, but I didn't feel like I had any other choice. I refused to just die here. Sorry, Kazuki. Rare weapon! Portal device! You didn't go with a legendary weapon first? Come on. Excalibur! Oh. All of a sudden, Taku's like, no, not Excalibur. Anything but that. A legendary spear used by Ku Holin in Celtic mythology. Gaebog. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, also called the Blade of Amano Murakumo, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan. It is currently kept in Atsutsa Shrine. I turned my back on Katsuki and headed for the door, but... I mean, you know, the door to the stairs exploded into flames right in front of me. Hot winds scorched my skin. It was too hot for me to even keep my eyes open. The unpleasant smell of smoke stung my nose. I heard a sound. It was the sound of the heels that I'd heard in the classroom a moment ago. The woman was standing in the fire, her long hair flapping in the wind. She was moaning something to herself. I'd run right into her. There was no place to hide. The staircase was the only way down, and she'd just blown it up. This was it. I was dead. Death magic! Jeez! Healing magic! Kazuki started screaming again. She was just screaming meaningless words down into the crowd below, with her back turned to us. That was not the time for this. I couldn't move at all. And for some reason the woman wasn't moving either. She was just standing there mumbling to herself. I searched my field of vision for the D-sword. Oh man, I want to know what she's saying. I'd seen it the last time we were attacked. If I could find it... She said Gejine. You can't slip that past me, game. I don't understand Japanese, but I heard that. And it's not something we can replay. Game, okay. Alright then. Just do that, I suppose. Surface game log out. Seen it last time we were attacked. I know it's an Easter egg, yeah. Time for the weather. Seen it last time we were attacked. If I could find it, I might be able to fight. But I didn't see any sign of it. I kept chanting, move, move, move to myself, but nothing started to float up or move on its own. Even if I did have some kind of power, if I couldn't use it now, it was worthless. I was helpless. I was defenseless. And then All Japanese names have a meaning. Fair. It was far too late for it to matter. Far, far too late. But Kazuki finally stopped screaming. Her shoulders slumped helplessly. She was back to her usual silent self. Suddenly, everything was so quiet, I thought I could hear my heartbeat. I was so tense, I thought I might throw up. The stomach acid was working its way up from my throat. I forced myself to swallow it back down. If I moved even the slightest bit when I vomited, the woman might attack. I couldn't move. Was I going to die? Kazuki was probably going to die too. Felt pretty bad about that. Did Arimura make it out okay? Would Serika, Kurisu, and Ito be sad without me?
ごめん。
I'm sorry. I could hear Kazuki's whispers drowning in the howl of the wind.
何も
Nothing happened.
起きなくて。
And then the pyrokinetic woman took one staggering step towards me. Well, I mean, you got him to shut up pretty effectively. Flames appeared in her hand. It was over. I bit my lip and clenched my fist, trying to ready myself for the pain that was to come. Of course, nothing would be enough to prepare me for it, but I felt like if I didn't do that, I'd collapse on the ground in fear. But then I heard an eerie, high-pitched noise from the moonlit sky. It was a maddening, painful noise, like the earth itself was screaming with agony. It's the kind of noise that made people look to the sky in fear. The woman froze. Yes, sir. I looked back down from the sky and blinked in confusion at what I saw. No, it wasn't just confusion. The thing had appeared between me and the woman with no warning at all. What the hell was this? It looked something like a globe. Oh, she's an astromane, got it. Making a strange, slightly unpleasant sound, like metallic scraping against metal. It looked like a piece of modern art, but the rings on the outer edge were rotating, and the hexagonal cube in the center was glowing softly. It wasn't here a moment ago. It wasn't a part of the roof's decorations. It was impossible to believe it was real, because it looked like it was floating. I seriously wondered if I was seeing things. But I wasn't the only one who saw it.
ポータル
A portal device?
かも。
Maybe? Kazuki's words were a whisper. A portal device? What the hell? If she knew what it was, did that mean it was hers? But even she seemed to be shocked by its presence. The woman panted as if she was hyperventilating and then clicked her heels against the ground. The flames flickered in her hands. The fire exploded outwards towards the strange object. The object was wreathed in a column of flame. But it didn't burn, or melt from the heat, or explode. It simply floated there. Maybe it really was an illusion, I thought. The woman looked frustrated. Yes, that's the sound of frustration. She raised her voice in a wordless scream, then tried to punch it with her other hand, and I could see the pallor on her face change in the light of the flames. She was frozen in shock. It wasn't just her expression, her whole body seemed as still as if she had been encased in ice. Oh, maybe it wasn't a portal device, maybe it was the ultimate ice weapon. The roaring flames began to disappear. I could see what looked like scan lines appear all across her body. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was hallucinating again. Oh, absolutely gonna pop a blood vessel like that. Well, but in an instant her body dissolved into tiny particles. Red blood splattered everywhere. Oh, whatever it was, she dead. She dead. It covered my body. It was so hot, I thought I'd burn. What the hell? What just happened? There was no trace of her body. There was nothing left of her except a spray of blood on my body in the ground. What Kazuki had called a portal device was still there, making its strange noises. Still confused, I tried to touch it. If he does, he deserves the death. He deserves the death if he touches it. She'll stop him, but like, dude. Yeah, her backstory is gonna be bad.
触ったら
Don't touch it, maybe.
かも。
That's why she says maybe. Motherfucker. It's not a tick. It's not a direct statement. Fuck. That took way too long. Maybe adds the ambiguity of it not being a command. She could have said, don't touch it. But then her power would activate. Damn it. Kazuki grabbed my arm and stopped me. Still, she looked sad.
転送装置
It might be a teleporter, maybe. They're in ESO too. ESO2? Teleporter? ESO2 was the game Kazuki played all the time, right?
私
I might have made it
現
real,
実化
maybe.
しちゃったの
What does she mean, maybe? And wait, what does she mean by made it
あ
real?
の女の人が
That was the
消える
same
時の
graphical effect as when someone uses the portal in
同
ESO2,
じだった
maybe.
かも
エフェクト
Graphical effect? What does that mean? Yeah, this is a Christian streaming service. What does she mean by graphical effect? No, I knew what she meant. That wasn't the issue. I don't understand what she was saying. It was like listening to words from another dimension.
ここはゲー
This
ムの
isn't
中
a
じ
video
ゃないん
game.
だぞ
You know that, right?
普通人は消えないし
Normally people don't just disappear, and there are no graphical effects on people's bodies. Hmm.
ここは現実
This is the real world. This isn't ESO2, and there are no portal devices,
ポー
so
タル装置が
Kazuki was a little hesitant, and there were tears in her eyes as she spoke. This also seems to take a lot
あ
out
の
of her.
女の人
Where did that woman go?
どこ行っ
The
ちゃ
woman
っ
had
た
disappeared right in front of me. It's like she'd been dissolved into tiny little pieces. Whose blood is those blood? Whose blood was on my clothes and on the ground?
私
I may have done something terrible,
取り返しの
maybe.
つかないこと
Her words were vague, but she covered her face with her hands and fell to the ground crying. Man, this is already off to a hell of a start. Next to her, I vomited from the smell of blood. That woman was dead. I didn't know why exactly, but I felt sure of it. I felt no relief at having survived. I'd long since given up trying to take in everything that was going on around me. Shortly afterward, Kazuki and I had fled the scene. Why is cheat ban? Ban comes with the first three letters of the word banishment. In web jargon, it refers to the act of disabling a user's account on a service or web page, usually after they violated repeated warnings and committed multiple violations of the terms of service, or post and chat links to spam bots, you know. Oh. Cheat. Computer game jargon refers to the use of tools or other methods to change a game's data. In recent years, developers have sometimes loaded their own games with cheat modes. Secret codes sometimes seen in video games are a form of cheat. I hate to say, but that's a scene change. And unlike last time, we're gonna have to wait a few days for more of this. Holy moly. God damn this game. Like... Oh my goodness. Not that I ever doubted people who are like, oh man, Cash Shell's really good. Cash Shell's really good. But like, heckin' Cash Shell's really good. Who would have thought? There's music here. Are you sure? Are you positive that there's music right now? I don't know. Are you sure there's music going on here? Because I don't hear anything. I got nothing. The funny thing is, since my headphones go through it before that, I can still hear it. I mean, there's no music going on at all. I actually have to bring that back up because I know 100% I'll forget to do that and then stream like a half hour tomorrow with no music, because you know I would do that by mistake. But yeah, 2 full days in a row and only 1 route. Well, 1 full route. A bunch of 1 full route, 2 bad endings, and starting down a second route. That's not too bad, really. That's really not too bad. Music's a rotting corpse tomorrow or something. Oh, that ending, man. Powerful. It was powerful. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Been a good heckin' night tonight. We had some experiences. That's the way to put it. Got ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, and gotta go. Come on, I want Excalibur. It's not gonna do it for me. Come on. Damn it.
そのまま僕に突き刺して
There it is.
君のエクスカリバー
That's still so good. Again, even though it's a Sunday, I got tomorrow off work, so let's see if we can toss a raid to somebody. Who's going? Oh, of course. Of course it works first time for you. Freaking friggity frackle. We're gonna toss it to G Money, who's playing some DMC 3. They haven't played the DMC games before, so like this should be good. Raid G Money, Mohawk, and yeah. Tomorrow we're doing Horizon. Tuesday we're doing Chocobo GP on the Switch. If you have a Switch, you can download the free trial and join in on us with us on the races. I would not recommend buying the full game at all, but the free trial will be able to join us. So free. If you have a Switch, you can just join the races. Just take some hard drive space. Thursday is going to be Scott Pilgrim. I don't know what Friday's going to be. Yeah. Just get good. I refuse. I will never get good. I will be bad forever. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Vipers of Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.